Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And now we'll go down to new business B. East Wake Asphalt Plant Quasi-Judicial Hearing, Special Use Permit 2026-01. Tonight's quasi-judicial hearing is a continuation of the hearing started on May 12th, 2026. Before we begin, I would like to ask each member of the board to confirm that they do not have any fixed opinions on this application. If anyone has any fixed opinions, please raise your hand. Seeing none, I would like to ask each member of the board to disclose any ex parte communications. An ex parte communication is a discussion, whether written or oral, between a member of the board and a potential party or witness in this proceeding. If you have had any such communications, please raise your hand and you will have an opportunity to discuss those communications. Thank you. Hearing none. Next, can each board member confirm that there are no close familial, business, or other associated relationships with any affected party? Can you confirm, Commissioner Rolla?
Confirm.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Confirm.
Commissioner Davis?
Confirm.
Finally, can each board member confirm that they have no financial interest in the outcome of this proceeding? Commissioner Davis?
Confirm.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Confirm.
Commissioner Rolla?
Confirm.
All right, with that out of the way, we will now proceed to the public hearing. Because this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, all witnesses must be sworn in prior to providing testimony. Please understand that this is not a public comment period. If you wish to speak, you must provide factual, competent testimony for the board to consider. This is not an opportunity to simply express your opinion regarding this application. At this time, I would like to ask anyone who is planning to speak or provide testimony other than attorneys to come forward and be sworn in. Mr. Clerk, please conduct the swearing in.
When you guys come forward, if you could make a line up front like we did last time. The one difference from the last hearing is that we have a sign-up sheet this time. Is there anybody who did not sign up on the sign-up sheet? Okay. Yep. I was going to say we got a couple extra people. Just one moment, Madam Mayor.
I did, yes, sir.
Okay, we have 13 names on the list. Again, make sure there's nobody up here who hasn't signed the roster yet. Got it, okay. If you would, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you are about to give this board in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Lots of I do's. Thank you very much.
All right. Now that the swearing in is complete, we will pick up where we left off. Ms. Stewart, the floor is now yours again to present your information. As a reminder, each witness will be first questioned by the applicant or their attorney, then the board will be permitted to ask questions, and finally, any other parties who are participating will have the opportunity to ask questions. Any documents submitted must be submitted to the clerk to be included in the record. When you're speaking, please ensure you speak into the microphone in front of you. If we cannot hear you, we will interrupt and ask you to speak closer to the microphone. Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
Thank you and good evening. Again, Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group, here on behalf of East Wake LLC. Just a quick reminder of where we are, where we've been. Initially, we have qualified and tendered our expert witnesses. The hearing remains open. They are still with us here this evening. Again, we have what we were calling the top 6 special use permit standards. Those are our guideposts. That's our roadmap to where we're going this evening. And of those top 6, we were still somewhere in the middle of number 1. However, number 1 and number 2 are the most complicated, and number 1 is the most complicated by far. So as promised last time, we will pick up speed. We are still working on standard number 1. There were some subtopics under there as well. We will continue with those. I will offer you a preview that may be helpful, which is, for example, last time we heard some questions on some topics for which we will have testimony later in the hearing. That may be more or less confusing. I just offer that information to you so that if it's your wish, we could present all of that evidence so that we understand what hasn't been covered yet.
Ms. Stewart, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't know if our microphones are too low or if they're on, but I cannot hear you.
Better?
No, give us 1 second. Say something else, because I can't really hear myself either.
Yeah, I don't think it's you. It's the microphone.
Yeah. 2-minute recess. Sorry.
Right? That's what I was.
Yeah, it's like I can't hear them. Yeah, they're not on.
Usually it's the.
I don't know, just like the volume, because Heather Louise is like, tell Jeremy to speak to the microphone. I'm like, he is. It is. But the audience can't hear. Okay, all right. Oh, sorry. All right. Well, apparently the online audience can hear us fine. For those of you in the room, we'll do our best to speak a little louder and to get the microphones turned up. Our communications director is troubleshooting, but we will continue on in just 1 second. So,
Do you normally have to do this?
No, just these 2.
Yeah, it's very loud on mine.
And we're not hearing it in here, so they're not hearing. Not sure what's going wrong, Madam
Okay,
Mayor.
no
but
worries.
it's picking you guys up clearly.
okay.
Just not sure why it's not broadcasting.
Problem. Thank you so much. So we'll just ask everyone to speak a little bit louder so that everyone in the room can hear us. The microphones are picking up well for our online audience. Reconvene.
Thank you. Shall I start at the beginning? No. Thank you. All right. Before jumping back into those standards that I mentioned, we do have a few clarifications coming out of our meeting last time. For example, we heard some discussion that indicated there may be some confusion between dust on the site, which is simply dirt, versus something coming out of the stack. And so in order to address how those operations work, I would like to invite Mike Nolan from Sunrock, one of our operational witnesses, to share with you the difference there.
Good evening. My name is Michael Nolan. I'm representing Sunrock Industries. Again, we're a 77-year-old Raleigh-based private construction and construction materials firm. We employ 650 team members here in the Raleigh area. We have an excellent safety and environmental record, as evidenced by the Zebulon plant that we've been operating for several years without any complaint or incident. Thank you for the opportunity to bring a little bit of clarity to some of the comments and conversation from the last session. I must admit I walked away a little bit confused myself. There was a lot of dialogue, a lot of folks coming up and down from the podium. I'd like to just start off with a little bit about our industry and the product, one of the products that we produce being asphalt. So asphalt is everywhere. Asphalt is used to build our roads. It's used to build most of our parking lots. It's used in driveways, and it is in the shingles that are on our roofs. It's everywhere. It's also the most recycled product on the planet by weight. It is infinitely recyclable. It can be reintroduced into roads in almost an unlimited number of times. So asphalt exists everywhere. Children play on it every day in school parking lots, and again, we sleep underneath it, and we're very near to it, and it's a building block of the infrastructure that we enjoy every day. You will see in this photo a milling machine that is grinding up a section of asphalt roadway to be taken back to an asphalt plant and reintroduced into the manufacturing process. There's two items that I'd like to address and hopefully bring some clarity to. In our last session, we were talking about really two distinct items within the plant. One is what comes out of the plant in the mixing process, and the other has a lot to do with the plant grounds, the property that the plant operates on. Just to bring it back to a little bit of the conversation we had before, the plant has bins where we introduce, that this would work, where we introduce, and that's labeled aggregates bins, where we introduce aggregate that it comes from local quarries. And there's a recycled asphalt bin where that material that you saw being ground up on the road is reintroduced into asphalt mixes to build roads all over the region. There is something called an aggregate dryer and coating drum. That dryer is a burner, an industrial burner, like what might be used in many other applications. And what it is intended for is to dry the stone. So the general industry term is aggregate. So aggregate comes into the plant. Aggregate always maintains a certain amount of moisture just sitting in a stockpile. Many times aggregate has to be washed in order to bring it up to the proper specification to be used in asphalt or to be used in ready-mix concrete or many other applications. So it always holds a little bit of moisture. That moisture has to be taken away. It has to be dried because the liquid asphalt, which is a petroleum product, doesn't mix well with water. Oil and water don't mix well. So we have to make sure for safety reasons and for performance reasons that the stone is dry. In that process, the stone is tumbling in a drum, and of course, if anything is going to tumble in a drum, it's going to create some amount of dust. So in that drum that you see is tumbling stone that's being dried, creating some amount of dust, and some of the exhaust that comes out of the burner. So much like we said, a car exhaust or some other process that involves combustion. At the end of that drying drum, as the aggregate is dried properly, it's then introduced into what's called a mixing chamber, where it's mixed with the liquid asphalt to form the product that eventually is going to be on the road, that is everywhere. Before that, though, before it goes in to be mixed, there is a bag house, as you see that dust collector. The dust collector is a way of pulling those small particles out of that drum, and with it, it's going to take some of the combustion fumes, or exhaust, excuse me, into that bag house. The bag house is like a large vacuum cleaner. It has hundreds of bags, and these bags have very small openings in them. By our records, the bag that we use the most has a 1 to 5 micron size. A human hair is generally 50 to 70 microns in size. So it's a very small opening. The materials there are collected at the bottom of the bag house, and then they're reintroduced into the asphalt mix, and they become part of the roadway. Through the bag house and out the top of the bag house, the small rectangular opening you see is an exhaust Just like the exhaust in a vacuum cleaner, the air that comes in has to make its way out. The purpose of that exhaust system is to disperse whatever comes out, whatever small amount of material comes out of the filtering process, this 1 to 5 micron size filtering process, and then to be dispersed. The dispersion is what's used in most industrial processes. Any process that you see, whether it's HVAC or even machining or other things, dispersion, whether it's liquids or solids or gases, is the standard through which you measure whether or not you have a public health, materially adverse public health impact. That is the standard that we have to follow. The standard for which we presented evidence on in this last session showed that that standard, which we have to meet, which is based on the worst case scenario of us running the plant nonstop, and the health standard that is based on protection of public health and welfare for the most vulnerable people among us, shows that we're 35% of that standard. In the worst case scenario for the 6 items that required some further modeling. The plant that is going to show up on this site is brand new. It is the latest and greatest of all of the different equipment and safety equipment that's used to ensure that we are able to meet that standard consistently. And again, as I mentioned in the last session, we meet this standard to protect everyone. Our team members, we have 650 team members. In our 77 years of doing business on roadways, paving roads, working in traffic closures and lane closures, working in the different industrial type settings that we end up in with our products and on other job sites, we've never lost a team member. We've never had a team member not make it back to work. They are our #1 measure of our success as a company is the health and safety of our folks. That is the biggest reason for us to make sure that we have the right safety standards and that we follow those standards. And it's the right thing to do as a community member and a neighbor and as a company that's headquartered in Raleigh. So the baghouse collects these particles, and the particles that do come out through the back end of that process are dispersed. Our modeling has shown that that dispersion, which happens in all industrial processes, is well below the standard that we are asked to meet. The second piece that I would like to really bring some clarity to is the property itself. So our property has paved areas, and it has areas that are graveled or dirt. So the gravel is used in lots of applications. There are many parking lots in the area that are gravel. There are many industrial sites that have gravel instead of pavement, or partial gravel and partial pavement. And when trucks drive over that gravel or that dirt, they tend to create some kind of breakdown in the dirt or in the gravel, and it creates some dust. We want to control for that dust, and there's a standard that we want to meet to make sure that we control for that dust. But it is just dust. It is just dirt. It's the same dirt that you might find in any gravel parking lot or gravel road, or whoever's owned a gravel driveway in their lives. I have. You run out of gravel every once in a while because it gets pushed in the ground or broken up or whatever it might be. So you have to maintain it. This dirt, there's a couple things we want to make sure doesn't happen with this dirt. One, we don't want it to end up on the roadway. We don't want it to be tracking out onto any roadway. So to do that, to control for that, we pave the entrances, we gutter the entrances, and we make sure that there's not that dirt getting kicked up as you head towards the exit or the entrance. The other control is to make sure that it stays on our property and it doesn't make it into any other area, whether it's a creek or our neighbors' properties or any other properties along those lines. We want to make sure that it doesn't make its way into these other areas. So what do? We grade the property so that it drains properly into retention ponds. So we grade the property to drain in a way that it would drain into a retention pond, this dust, this dirt. We also have setbacks, these riparian setbacks that will catch dirt because it's vegetated and is able to collect it, because we all know that dirt doesn't usually travel through grass and vegetation and you know, bushes and trees and the like. So that's another, those setbacks are another way of making sure that that dirt doesn't migrate anywhere else. And the reason that we want to control for that is if there's a creek or if there's any other body of water, we want to manage what's called turbidity. Turbidity is the clarity of the water. If you ever walked into a pond or a lake and your feet are stepping on the ground in the lake, the floor of the lake, you're going to kick up some dirt. And eventually you might not be able to see through the water. That's turbidity. We don't want turbidity in the water. We want to keep our dirt on our property so that we're a good neighbor. We don't want it tracking out onto the roads and being a nuisance. So we control for our dirt. If there were ever an event, something that washed out all of the basins in Wake County, then there would be some turbidity for a period of time, and then it would settle out. What we want to control for is to make sure that that turbidity doesn't happen on an ongoing basis, so that we can control for that. And that's why we have all of these flood controls and water controls. And what we also do in this process is use a water truck. We use sweepers, we use water trucks, we use riparian buffers, we use grading control, we use paved and guttered entrances and exits, and we use retention ponds to make sure that we keep our dirt on site and that it's not airborne and just creating sort of the nuisance that dirt might make, but it's the same nuisance that any dirt might make. So we want to control for it. This is one of our water trucks. These trucks will drive around the property and keep the dirt wet, and we all know that wet dirt does usually what you want it to do, which is to stay on the ground. So, and I think it might be important to note that we did additional studies and modeling on this property, and those models told us that we could still meet the controls levels, we could still meet the standards for dirt and the migration of dirt and dust without this water truck. We could do it without the water truck because of the amount of paved surface and the flow of traffic. But we're going to use one for our people and because it's the right thing to do. So we're using a water truck to control our dirt. We're using sweepers to control our dirt. We have to pave the entrances, but that's what we do. Our entrances are paved for all of our facilities. So you're going to see throughout some, you know, of course, some additional items, but I just wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to maybe clarify any points that at least were confusing for me in the last session. So I'd love to answer any questions you might have or any other clarifications.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Commissioner Roa?
No, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Davis? Are there any comments or questions from other parties? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just quickly note that from the legal perspective, the asphalt plant, together with concrete plants, does face a higher standard than other types of uses that are permitted by right in this district that may not be required to maintain that dust-free condition as well. All right, just a quick reminder of that standard number 1 that is still under discussion. We have heard some concerns about whether individual molecules may cross the property line, either of dust or of gases, whatever it is. And so in order to provide some context for that question, I wanted to invite John Hill from Trinity Consultants up to the podium to remind us, not walk us through these again. We've been through these standards previously, but just to connect for us how these standards relate to those individual molecules crossing the property line. Mr. Hill?
And please confirm that you have been sworn in.
I have.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's John Hill with Trinity Consultants, air quality expert on this project here. Can you hear me okay talking like this?
Yes.
So the slide that's before you just basically lists some, not all, but some of the state and federal regulations that apply to a hot mix asphalt plant. At the top of the list, they have to apply for and receive an air quality construction and operating permit before they can build anything on site. And as part of that, there is a detailed application process where you have to walk through all of these regulatory requirements, one of which can be air dispersion modeling, which we conducted. We talked about last time. There were 6 toxic air pollutants where we modeled. The maximum impact that we saw was 35% of the acceptable level. And again, the acceptable level is determined by the state based on scientific and health data with the safety margin put in there. So we're well below that standard. In addition to that, we did particulate modeling, voluntary. It wasn't required because the level of emissions from this site aren't that high as far as the state goes. But we did the modeling just to make sure there weren't any breathable dust concerns. And so that was 33% of the standard. And so between the combination of modeling and then all these work practice standards and requirements that that are enforceable conditions that are going to be in their air permit, that makes sure that any dust particles or air molecules or whatever you want to call them that leave the site are no danger to public health or safety in any way. I'd be happy to answer any further questions on that.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? Commissioner Davis?
No questions.
Commissioner Roa?
No question.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No question at this time, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any questions from any other parties? Mr. Swain, please come to the podium to your right.
Briefly, Mayor. Alan Swain with Brooks Machine. Blue smoke is?
Blue smoke? In what context?
Context of an asphalt plant.
Visible smoke? Blue smoke. That's not really.
Okay. Does this plant have a blue smoke condenser on site? Is it going to?
That I'm not sure of.
No more questions.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart?
Thank you. We additionally heard questions last time, and I just want to remind the commissioners that this was under the topic of public health and safety, and in particular, we talked about traffic because the number of trips generated is relevant to the public health and safety. As part of that discussion, the question came up as to the impact of the proposed school on Old Bun Road. So this image shows the location of that school on Old Bun Road, and I can highlight that here, up here. And its frontage is only on Old Bun Road. And I would like to invite Reinald Stevenson, our traffic expert from DRMP, up to the podium to tell us about any potential impacts of that school.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, Mr. Stevenson. Can you please confirm that you have been sworn in?
I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, Reinald Stevenson with DRMP. As Molly mentioned, this map shows the location of the future Wake County school, and that location being across the freeway from our site in Old 264 is not expected to have any. This site or the school was not expected to have any real impact on each other. And the way traffic moves for each one of those uses. So our site is not going to have any impact on traffic to and from the school, and likewise, we don't expect the school to have any impact on traffic movements for our facility based on the location. This is Old 264 essentially functions as almost as a service road to 264, and there are no real residential. It's not a residential corridor, which is where the traffic would kind of go to and from for the school. So there's not going to be any impacts from that.
Thank you. I do have something that you made for us, if you could stay up here. So I'd like to share with the board a handout that Mr. Stevenson has made for us. Before doing that, Mr. Stevenson, can you please tell us what this handout is and describe to us what it is showing
The
and how you produce it?
So this handout is a trip generation comparison. So the number of trips that could be generated for various uses, and the uses in the table are uses that are by right uses for this property. So you'll see those down the left column of the table. Again, these are uses that are allowed by right for this particular property. And what you will see is those uses down the left column. You will see the daily traffic in sort of the middle column. You'll see the total morning or AM peak hour trips. And then you'll see the total PM peak hour trips for each one of those uses, again, that are allowed by right on the property today. The trip numbers were prepared using national standards and NCDOT accepted standards for calculating trip generation for these uses.
Thank you. And who prepared this chart?
I prepared it.
Thank you. I'd like to request that this chart be admitted into evidence in the case.
Thank you.
I just want to point out about it in summary on here. If you take a look at the numbers.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question? When was this document created?
I actually finalized it today and printed it today.
It's not in our original packet?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
If you look at the numbers in the table, you will see that most, not all, most of those uses generate significantly more traffic than what this site would generate. Some of the uses that do not generate the higher traffic, if you just compare the numbers, are uses that would likely not be standalone on this property. This property is big enough to house multiple ones of these uses. So for example, the site would be big enough to have a hotel and a car wash, on the property. So, and if you compare those on the back of the page, is really a lot of the same information, just in a graph format. The orange color being and again, the top graph is the daily traffic. The middle graph is morning or AM peak hour trips. And the bottom graph is the PM or afternoon peak hour trips. And again, the orange would be the trips from this particular site that we've seen and discussed. And then the blue grass would be these other allowable uses in various scenarios for that and how they compare. So really the summary is that, and the main takeaway is that these uses that are allowed by right would be expected to generate more traffic than this use that is proposed for the property from a traffic standpoint.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? Commissioner Roa?
Can you come back to me?
I can. Commissioner Davis?
Can you remind me again where you got this information from? This is based upon what, these numbers that you generated?
So these numbers are generated based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation data. And that is the national kind of accepted data utilized for doing trip generation for projects. It's accepted by NCDOT, in town. This is what we use to do traffic studies.
Ready? Oh, no, I was going. I was trying to go Mayor Pro Tem last.
Thank you, Mayor.
Can you just redo this and cite that somewhere on here where you got it? The information?
Yeah, I can add that to it. Yes, sir.
Right?
Absolutely.
And then, so my understanding is you have the 40 and the 44. Do any of the other by right land uses, would they have trucks as heavy or as large as the asphalt plant going in and out of them?
Well, you can see a couple of them. I certainly would expect that, a truck stop, allowable use, even a distribution warehouse. Even some of the retail users, when they have deliveries to and from the facilities, could have as many trucks as, big trucks, bigger trucks than we would have from our facility. So, there's definitely would be trucks from, there's an automobile repair facility, wreckers, tow trucks, that kind of thing. So, yes, several of these would have trucks. Yes, sir.
Good. Mayor Pro Tem.
No question this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'm sorry, one moment. Commissioner Davis.
Can you go back one slide, please? The map, the area? Yes, thank you. You know what the distance is from your site to that proposed school?
It's well over a mile, because it's about, I would say probably at least a mile and a half or 2 miles at least. Just as the crow flies, it may be less, but it's down the road, it would be, traveling down the road network, it would certainly be more than a mile, a couple miles at least.
To drive to it, or distance like going over into the land?
That site directly from the school itself.
It's not a mile and a half away.
As the crow flies, it's not. Yeah, or just if you draw a straight line there, going down the road network.
When you say the road network, you talking about the connections of
Yeah, if you drive, if you're talking about driving down old 264, make a left, go up, then make another left.
Yeah, I'm
Driving distance. Yeah, driving distance, it would be much longer than obviously straight across.
I actually want to know the distance from one site to the other.
We can try to estimate that and let you know. I would think that would be, that is probably, it may be less than a mile. Maybe a mile, I would say. Without measuring it, roughly a mile.
One thing you have to take into consideration, Commissioner Davis, is that in order for Wake County to receive one of our notifications, we do have a standard of 750 feet from the site. So take into consideration, you might want to just use those numbers accordingly.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Ms. Stewart? Oh, sorry. Are there any questions from other parties?
Raylan, I think we finished up last time, we were still discussing things, correct?
I don't recall.
Last one on hot seat. Lila, what is LSD, as far as NCDOT volume over capacity mean?
Say that again?
LOSD.
Oh, level of service D. Level of service is a term used to evaluate or sort of categorize the amount of delay that would be experienced on the roadways.
Says density increasing more quickly, freedom to maneuver within traffic stream seriously limited. Is that correct?
I'm not sure where you're reading.
Reading from the DOT site, sir. ncdotpublic.org.
Okay.
Gov.
I do not have that in front of me.
Did you argue that? I mean, you're the expert. Would you say that's
What
true?
I would tell you about level of service is that level of service D is typically considered the goal that you would like to achieve when you're evaluating roads and intersections.
May I approach your witness?
Yes.
You recognize that definition?
Seems reasonable.
Could you read that, please?
Level of service is the level at which speeds begin to decline with increasing flows, with density increasing more quickly. Freedom to maneuver within traffic stream is seriously limited, and drivers experience reduced physical and psychological comfort levels. Even minor incidents can be expected to create queuing because the traffic stream has little space to absorb disruptions.
Now, is there any part of this traffic study you've done that has LOSD?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking.
You did a traffic study, correct?
Correct.
You presented the traffic study information to the board, correct?
Correct.
And any of that traffic study information you presented to the board, was any of it classified as LOSD?
No.
May I approach again?
Yes, and I need for you to speak in the mic, Attorney Swan. We can't hear you online. Thank you.
Y'all may need to share that mic when you're talking right there.
Do you recognize that map?
Yes, the ADT map.
Is that the intersection of where the Fast Med is, right there where 264, old 264 comes out into?
Correct.
Okay, and what is the classification there?
That, I can't verify that, but the map shows level of service D. I can't verify that.
Question. He's giving me a random piece of paper and asking him about levels of service, which is separate from the testimony on public health and safety, for which Mr. Stevenson was testifying to.
Is that a document that, what is that document?
It hasn't been authenticated.
Right, unless you have a witness to authenticate that document, I don't know that you could, if you have questions in general about his testimony, I think that's fine, but.
I think the document would authenticate itself, and I would ask to publish the document for clarification and let the board serve for themselves.
A printout from the internet that he just handed and highlighted himself is not self-authenticating. There's no evidence in the record.
The rules of evidence are not necessarily at play here. If you want to introduce that and have questions about it, I think that's okay, but I would caution the board that this is a printout from the internet unless you have some additional context.
I think it would be fairly obvious where it came from. May I present it to the board?
If he has a traffic engineer to testify as to traffic issues after he establishes standing for a client, then perhaps it's something that he could introduce into evidence. But at this point, he's through cross-examination, and handing out a random piece of paper printed from the internet is not proper cross-examination without authentication of the document.
I think he's allowed to ask questions about the document. You're allowed to answer questions. If the document is unfamiliar to you, you can say that. If you want to introduce that document at the appropriate time when you're presenting, that's fine. But I think at this point, you can ask him questions about the document, but I think it ought to be, I agree, it should be authenticated at some point before it's entered into evidence.
I understand. May I continue?
Thank you.
Raylan, the last time we were talking, you had your information, I think, from 2023? That was correct. And why was it from 2023?
2023, at the time that we did the document, was the most current information available.
All right. And you said from that time of 2023, you didn't expect the traffic to go up any higher?
No, what I said was that the most current data, there was another data point that was released since we did the study that I believe was very slightly higher. And what I did say last time was that in checking the traffic along Old 264 for the last 20 plus years, the traffic had not changed really significantly at all over a 20 plus year period. It was about the same level as it was over 20 years ago.
I believe, if I remember right, the numbers that you gave us for 2023 on the east end, if I may say the east end of Old 97 in this sector, was 3503. Was that about right?
I'm going to object. He had the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Stevenson about his testimony that he gave 2 weeks ago. He had that opportunity 2 weeks ago.
He's allowed to ask questions. I think he's allowed to ask. This is in the realm of cross-examination. What's the?
It's outside. He's asking him questions about things that happened 2 weeks ago. His cross-examination about the topic for which he was testifying right now.
Again, the rules of evidence are not necessarily applicable here. It's a little bit looser. So if he has questions for this witness while he's testifying, I think it's fine. But I do agree. Let's limit the testimony as best we can to the topic that he's testifying about.
I want to take just a brief moment and remind everyone to please speak into the microphones when you're speaking, because our online audience cannot hear you if you're not speaking into the mic. If you are not speaking into the mic, I will interrupt you and ask you to please speak into the mic. Thank you. Please continue.
100, give or take, does that about ring a bell? And maybe a little bit better, 3520, 3530.
Sounds about right.
And you testified there was no more 24 or 25, is that correct?
Yeah, the 2024 number was 3,600. I just want to make sure we had the most current.
And the 2025 number was what?
There was not a 2025 number, I don't believe. I think that was just a 2024 number.
Yes, sir. As long as you all share a mic.
We went to the same engineering school. We're going to share a mic and be nice.
All right.
Is this a North Carolina DOT site?
I haven't seen it before. It appears to be an NCDOT site.
And does it have a year there?
It does.
And what is that year?
2025.
And what is the number?
It's kind of small, 4,000 and something.
Would it be 4494?
That's what the number says. I don't know where the number came from, but
Okay, would that be the west end?
if
This
that's where
tiny number up here
if that's
in the
where it is, I can't verify that because I can't. I haven't seen that, so I don't know.
But you're an expert. This is something you're not unfamiliar with.
Daily traffic volumes of no, absolutely not. Very familiar.
Please use that number. All right, we're going to do the east end right here.
Can you question him from back over there?
Well, I can't look at the picture if I do that.
You don't want to.
Let's do the east. Board, may I question them here?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Madam. Is that the east end? Is that what we're talking about? Last number 114?
It appears to be so.
Same tally over here, 114?
Appears to be so.
And the year 2025?
Appears to be so.
And that number 4550?
Yes, that is the numbers.
Does that conclude your questioning? All right. No, thank you. Thank you. Before we continue, thank you. Commissioner Baxter has just joined us, and I will go through the stuff again that the board did. Commissioner Baxter, please confirm that you do not have any fixed opinions on this application. Do you have any fixed opinions on this application? Thank you. Have you had any ex parte communications and any discussion, whether written or oral, between yourself and any party or witness for this proceeding? Can you please confirm that there is no close familiar business or other associated relationships with the affected party?
There is not.
And finally, can you confirm that there is no financial interest in the outcome of this proceeding?
There is not.
Thank you, Commissioner Baxter. Please proceed. Ms. Stewart.
Can I ask the attorney a question, Mr. Herzog?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
As a board, are we allowed to ask the gentleman more clarification as to what he was trying to point out there?
Yes, and If you have questions for the attorney, that's fine. But yeah, I assume at some point you'll be providing that document to the board.
Then my question is, we weren't all circled there to see
I
what he
understand
was
there's an
pointing at.
objection.
So, can I ask the question?
Yes.
Be,
I'm objecting, he's not under oath. He's not a
He's not
witness.
under oath, but I assume the question is just what document were you showing?
yeah, what document was he showing? It will be, because it wasn't on our screen, or nor do we
Right.
have it. We'll be able
Yeah,
to
they were
obtain
saying that we
at one
couldn't
point.
get it
So
because it's
I think
not
at a certain point,
confirmed.
when you present your case, if that's a document that you're going to be presenting, then you would present it at that time.
Well, I think the document is res ipsa as it is. I mean, it's DOT stamped and the whole bit, so I don't mind publishing it to the town council. They can weigh it accordingly, however they want to weigh it if they want to.
Correct.
Right. I can either put it in by Mr. Brooks when he goes to testify, that because he has a business on that road. Now, he is not a traffic engineer, but he has been on there 41 years.
Okay, so-
And he looked it up online, so being an NCDOT state, I think it's res ipsa.
Well, I don't know about res ipsa, but you'll be introducing that through a witness at a later point in this hearing. Is that?
I think you need to be an expert witness to look on DOT website and pick a
Understand.
number.
That all assumes that he establishes a client with standing to participate
Understood.
in the case.
Understood.
Because at this point, his only role is to cross-examination, as we discussed the last time.
And again, yes, you'll, as a party, you'll need to establish standing at some point, but I think part of doing that is asking questions along the way of the witnesses as they're testifying. I think that's the most efficient way to do it. So,
And it would also, and I would argue an alternative that if the board so sponte wanted to look at it themselves, they could, being it's a
I think the
government
board
website.
is allowed to look at it and give it the weight that it's due.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Rowe, did that satisfy your question? It didn't
Yeah,
say.
it's coming somehow.
Okay.
So that's
Okay, all right.
kind of what I was asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart, please continue.
So all of that was to provide some clarification on questions that came up last time. We are now back to our standards. We are still in Standard 1 about the public health and safety. And within that topic, we are moving on to the third subtopic, whether there can be unauthorized access to the site. And to address this topic, I'd like to ask Garrett Otten from Withers Ravenel up to the podium to tell us about the safeguards to be in place.
Hello, Garrett Otten, Withers Ravenel, civil engineer.
Mr. Ottman, could you please confirm for the record that you have been sworn in? Thank you.
With regard to unauthorized access to the site, you've all seen this concept plan before. I believe it's in your packets. So I'd just like to highlight that we propose a 6-foot security fence surrounding the entirety of the operational use area of the site, along with locking Knox box gates for emergency access during after-hours periods.
Thank you. All right. And finally, for our health and safety topic, as to impacts on water resources, Garrett, can you tell us about the permitting that will be required under the Clean Water Act and what controls that imposes?
Sure, Molly. The Clean Water Act and also the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, otherwise known as NPDES, regulates pollution into waters of the United States. Multiple permits will be required for this proposed project. Those include a construction stormwater permit, industrial stormwater permit, a SWIP plan, which is a stormwater pollution prevention plan, permanent stormwater control measures. The ponds that you've seen on the concept plan will be designed and reviewed by NCDEQ and approved. And Wake County will also require yearly operational inspections by a qualified person and submit a certification to the county every year. All of these permits will regulate both the construction phase of the project to handle erosion control and sedimentation, and also for the operational phase of the project to last the entirety of the life cycle. So in conclusion, there's a number of safeguards in place to ensure no impacts to water resources.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the board? Commissioner Baxter?
None at this time.
Commissioner Davis?
Questions?
Commissioner Rolla?
No, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No question at this time, Madam Mayor.
Have any questions from other parties? Thank you. Ms. Stewart, please continue.
Thank you. We appreciate your patience as we have gone very deep on the topic of public health and safety to make sure that this board is assured that the site will have all the protections in place necessary to ensure air quality, water quality, and security of the site. We have presented material, competent, and substantial evidence on each of these points. And we can now zoom back out to our top 6 special use permit standards and move on to standard number 2. This standard, our second of the longer ones, actually probably not as long, but a bit more complicated. This one, even more so than with public health and safety, involves that nesting doll concept. So our second standard. Does the proposed use comply with all standards, conditions, and specifications of this ordinance, the Unified Development Ordinance, including Article 4 uses? So I will provide a roadmap to how to handle a big question like this one. In addition to the top 6 special use permit standards we have referenced many times, there is a secondary list. And I'm going to refer to these as the second level standards. They're on your screen, and these also apply to any special use. It is simply a secondary list that also must be met. We will address each of these. I do want to point out, before getting started with this standard, that as a general matter, there's nothing about a special use permit that prevents application of any applicable UDO requirement. So even if there were not special evidence, the fact is that this site would still be required to comply with all aspects of the UDO, and all enforcement mechanisms would be available. So all of that is still true. Beyond that, we will, of course, still present to you evidence this evening that those standards will, in fact, be met. So on this list, 4 of the items on this second level list are actually repeats of items that are found within that top 6. And on this slide, you can see those numbers have been added to show you which of the top 6 covers those standards. We will not double that and cover them again here. We'll cover them as we get to them. As we're going through those 6 standards, obviously see there on your list, we have covered. We will not cover it again. So those we will not focus on here. Item B is something a bit different. It points to a separate list, a third list of standards to be followed. All of these are found in the UDO. In this case, that third list of standards applies only to the specific use requested, the asphalt plant. It also applies to concrete plants. So there is a special list just for that. And although there are a lot of words here on your screen, I can simplify that by highlighting the 4 topics that are covered there. For an asphalt or concrete plant, the UDO requires additional standards be met with respect to setbacks, security fencing, rehabilitation, and access. So we will cover these topics as well. So to return to our previous list, our second level list of special use permit standards, I've outlined here those that are remaining that have not been addressed elsewhere or will not be addressed elsewhere. These we will address next. I'll add to that list those plant-specific standards, the 4 I just covered, setbacks, fencing, rehabilitation, and access. So those 2 boxes highlight for us the topics that we'll cover here in this section. And I invite Garrett Otten back up to the podium to describe for us compliance with each of these sections.
Thanks, Molly. Garrett Otten, Withers Ravenel. So Molly mentioned that we're going to go through and highlight how the concept plan submitted addresses each of the sections that were on the list there. So I'd like to start with this slide. The first one we want to address is access and circulation. UDO 5.1 regulates this. Excuse me, let me go back. Again, we talked about this last time, but the site proposes access one way in from Old US 264 and one way out. So you have one-way circulation around the project in this manner. Code also requires compliance with NCDOT standards. This project will have to go before NCDOT for a driveway permit during design and permitting. So we'll meet that standard there. Section F of that ordinance section requires a minimum parking lot stem length of 50 feet. We well exceed that. The stem length is approximately 150 feet off of Old US 264 here, providing safe traffic movements. Section 5.1.9 of the UDO requires on-site pedestrian walkways, which we include from the parking area to the operational area of the site. The second item we want to address is parking and loading, which is UDO section 5.8. Minimum number of spaces for this use is 2 spaces for every 3 employees. There's 4 employees expected, so we exceed that amount pretty significantly here. 5.8.5F requires all off-street parking spaces are paved and maintained with concrete and asphalt. We do provide a paved surface for the entirety of the vehicular use area. 5.6.9 requires parking lot landscaping, which we provide as a screen on the western edge of this parking, both canopy trees and shrubs. Section 5.10.6 requires screening. We do intend to install opaque slats in the 6-foot security fence, as well as additional landscaping that we'll get to in just a moment. The fourth item we want to address is UDO 5.4 exterior lighting. The site will design and install a lighting package as part of the construction drawings to be completed at a later date. The fifth item, UDO 5.11, regulates signage. I don't believe there's any proposed signage for this use currently, but if that were to happen in the future, it would go through all required permitting and review. The sixth item to address, utilities. This project intends to install on-site well and septic systems, and so no connections to any public utility systems. Seventh item to address is open space. Per section 5.7.3 C3 of the ordinance, no open space is required for this industrial zone site. The eighth item to address is environmental protection, so stream buffers, wetlands, stormwater controls, and I'd like to talk about a few of those features. So the proposed facility will be designed in full compliance with all applicable NCDEQ, Town of Zebulon, and federal regulations. The site will incorporate a comprehensive stormwater management system, which is designed to control both quantity and quality of water leaving the site. Stormwater from the operational and the paved areas will be captured in a curb system and sent to the permanent stormwater control ponds that we highlighted earlier. And those will be designed in accordance with the North Carolina Stormwater Design Manual. The facility will also have spill prevention measures, erosion and sediment controls during construction, and a number of other safeguards. We highlighted in the last meeting that there is a stream running along eastern and southern portions of the site. You can see a portion of this here. We do provide a 50-foot riparian buffer, which is an undisturbed area on either side of that stream to protect those areas. And those will be designed in accordance with the Neuse River riparian buffer rules. This is the stream on the southern side of the site. The next topic to address, UDO 5.6, landscaping. We do provide a streetscape buffer in accordance with 5.6.12. This includes a type C buffer, 15 feet in width. It has street trees at 5 feet on center and a 10-foot grass island between the curb and the sidewalk. And at the southern boundary, we intend to install a type D buffer. That's down at the railroad tracks to provide the necessary screening on that side. This is a generic image of the type of buffer that will be installed, type C and type D. Again, highlighting the parking area screening. And then 5.10 is the 10th and final item to address, which is screening. Again, we've talked about the opaque slats in the fence and the various landscape buffers to be installed around the perimeter of the site.
So he has, Mr. Otten has now covered the second level standards. We will now turn to those additional standards that are specific to asphalt plants. Mr. Otten.
UDO section 4.3.6A regulates that an asphalt plant must be at least 50 feet from any lot line. I've highlighted here on this plan in green a 50-foot buffer from the lot line, and you can see that the asphalt plant itself well exceeds that amount. It's 135 feet at its closest point, much farther from any other lot line on the property. Further, UDO 4.3.6, as we mentioned before, requires security fencing. We do intend to install a 6-foot minimum height security fence around the site.
With the board's permission, there are only 2 more standards in this section. The next one, I would like to ask Mike Heitzman to address, and then Mr. Otten can address the final one. With your leave, we'll go ahead and finish these out. Mr. Heitzman.
Good evening. Mike Heitzman, Sunrock Industries. I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
What I'll be discussing is site rehabilitation. Within 1 year of the succession of use, all equipment and stockpiles incidental to the operation shall be dismantled and removed at and by the landowner's expense. The site shall be drained to prevent the accumulation of standing water, and the channelization of the drainage shall be designed and controlled so as not to discharge, cause erosion, or silting of neighboring properties or public ways, nor to appreciably increase the turbidity of any natural water course, or to occlude any existing drainage course, except in an instance where redevelopment for another permitted use is in progress.
And Mr. Otten.
And to address site access, A and C here we've addressed previously in this presentation, so I won't go over those again. But item B requires that access drives are located no closer than 15 feet from a lot line. Again, the highlighted area here is a 50-foot buffer from the lot line around the entire site, and the driveways provide well over 100 feet distance from any lot line.
Thank you. And that concludes our evidence on the standard number 2. And we've heard our expert and factual testimony regarding each of the requirements of the UDO applicable to the special use permit for the asphalt plant. And of course, these will all be confirmed through the typical design, approval, permitting, and inspection processes of the city. With that, we'll move on to our next special use permit standard, unless there are questions.
Thank you. Before we take questions from the board, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Good? Yeah. A little late, but I had you. An hour.
This time, Madam Mayor, greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Are there any comments or questions from other parties? No. Just joking.
You don't know.
All right, I'm good.
Excuse me so much. Your dispersion modeling, sir. Were you doing the dispersion modeling? Who was doing that?
What is that? What is that?
I'm sorry, can you, I'm sorry. What?
About health and safety and conformance with all special requirements. All right, well, let's go back to water usage. How many gallons of water usage do you expect to use a day?
Yes, sir.
Have you got any contingency plans for droughts?
I can't answer that, sir.
So if you have a drought, you don't plan to use water, or what are you going to do?
Well, all I can tell you is with regard to this site, we intend to install on-site well and septic systems. We won't be connected to public utilities. Public utilities, we intend to install on-site well and septic.
Contingency plans for drought?
Not my area of expertise, sir. I just know that we intend to install a well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Altman. Ms. Stewart?
Thank you. We can now move to our third of our top 6 special use permit standards, that the proposal will not substantially injure the value of the abutting land, or that the special use is a necessity, and we'll focus on that first option here. I'd like to invite Rich Kirkland of Kirkland Appraisals to the podium. Could you introduce yourself and then we'll talk about it.
Good evening. My name is Rich Kirkland with Kirkland Appraisals.
Mr. Kirkland?
I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kirkland, can you tell us about this enhanced appraisal report? Just tell us how it was produced, who produced it, and then we'll get it admitted, and then we can talk about what's in it.
So yes, I updated the appraisal report that was submitted with the application, I believe, or was submitted earlier, primarily because I didn't think I was going to be able to make this new date, and I had to have my son review this and sign on to be the appraiser to testify. My conflict resolved itself, so it turned out not to be necessary.
Welcome back.
Well, thank you. In the process, though, we did 2 changes to the report. One, we just identified the zonings on the comparable asphalt properties that we looked at just to see what the zoning was on the comparables we looked at. And the second thing is we addressed on pages 16 and 17. We just showed another site that I'm very familiar with in Davie County, where there's 3 schools in close proximity to an asphalt plant.
Thank you. And with that, I'd like to request that the enhanced appraisal report be admitted into evidence.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yes, thank you. All right.
Is this different than the appraisal that we received prior?
Those 2 changes that I did, well, 3 changes if you include my son's review and signature on it.
Okay, all right, great, thank you.
Pages 16 and 17 will be the primary area you see new information. Again, I know I was qualified before, but I'm state certified in North Carolina. I've been appraising here for 30 years, MAI, ARA designation. We were asked to do an impact analysis. For this, we tried to accomplish this by looking at what's called a matched pair or paired sales analysis, which is we really just identified other asphalt plants in the area and looked to see if we could find sales of properties in close proximity to those, see if we could compare those to similar properties not near the asphalt plant to see if there's anything we could shake out. Starting on page 9, you can see the second example that I looked at where I did identify, excuse me, on page 11. You can see that there's a plant that I identified where we found some sales of townhomes. We did analysis on the townhomes. I know that's a very different use than what you've got here. This is sort of the data we found.
What page you on? I'm sorry.
Page 11.
Sir, 11,
9?
We also had some on page 9 that we looked at.
I'm sorry, one moment.
Around a little.
Okay, you need page
I'm trying to
number?
follow you. 11 or 9?
Both of them are good. Let me start at page 9. I apologize.
Thank you.
Page 9, Hanson Aggregate. This is off of Capitol Boulevard. And on this example, this is the best one we found. It actually has an industrial building that we could find in close proximity to this asphalt plant. We compared it to similar storage facilities in that area that are not near the quarry or the asphalt plant. This is a part of the Hanson Aggregates quarry and the associated asphalt plant. We did that analysis. We really found no impact that we could associate with that proximity to either the quarry or the asphalt plant. The price per square foot on the industrial building was very consistent with industrial buildings in the area that were not in that proximity. So we found no impact on that we could identify there. Moving to page 11, this is over in the Garner plant off Gelder Drive. It's off US 401. This one we looked at, it's an existing asphalt plant next to a new townhouse development that's being built right next to it and actually surprisingly close proximity to this. We looked at that and did analysis. I've included it. I would say that the townhome development is clearly not the same as the industrial uses, but it is something that is more likely to be subject to negative impacts from a nearby industrial use. Typically, the industrial uses are what you're looking for. We're looking for impacts from an industrial use to a residential use more often than not. Looking at an impact from an industrial use to another industrial use is a lot more of a thin slice of the pie to look at. We also looked at some other ones that are included at the back of this report. We looked at some other plants that are in some other areas. We, again, looked at houses that were sold in close proximity to asphalt plants. We have houses showing no impacts that we can discuss. We also looked at outdoor and LCID properties, landfill clearing inert debris, just because it had similar bulldozer activity on the sites and proximity to houses. And again, we're showing no impact on property value for those. The other things that we added in, pages 16 and 17, is where we really just showed to address the question of harmony near the school system. I know that that was discussed and asking about how close it is. I don't know how close the school building is going to be, but when I measure the distance between the property lines, I got a distance about 788 feet between the property lines, which is actually the example I gave out of Davie County, where there are 3 schools surrounding an asphalt and quarry facility. They have school buildings that were built after the asphalt plant was put in place that are closer than that distance, and they're certainly closer to the entrance to it. The entrance is directly across from the tennis courts and the football field at the high school. So we have an example of that for harmony, but obviously we don't have sales activity around schools to look at. But it's my professional opinion that the project as proposed will have no impact on the adjoining property values and that this is a harmonious use. Part of that conclusion is also supported by the fact that there's already an approved asphalt plant in close proximity to this area. Even if we were to find that there was a negative impact, if when we looked at these industrial buildings or any of these other uses and found a negative impact, that would already be cooked into this area. There's already an approved asphalt plant for this area. So again, there's really no basis for a negative impact to be concluded there. I'd be happy to go into greater detail or answer any questions, but it's my professional opinion this area is in harmony with the area it's located and that there would be no impact on adjoining property values.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Commissioner Roa.
None at this time.
Commissioner Baxter.
Yes. So how many of the...
Yep, just keep talking. We've already been through that.
Okay.
Just
How many of the properties that you evaluated had more than one asphalt plant in proximity?
I don't know that any of them had more than one, but
Okay.
many of them had concrete facilities or rock quarries or other associated things like that, because they do tend to cluster.
So, and how many of those facilities that had an asphalt plant and like a rock quarry or a concrete facility cluster were located next to a school or next to a residential area?
Again, the ones that I evaluated, you can see that example 2 on page 9 has adjoining residential to the rear. You can see example 3 has got office uses.
Hang on. So we're on page 9, and
9, you can see the residential uses just past parcel 10, adjoining parcel 10 to that outline.
and so that has a cluster?
That's got concrete, it's got asphalt, it's got the quarry.
And that's, you said located at number 9?
It's on page 9.
The number 9.
It's, if you look at the outline, you can see it's outlined in red, that parcel. There's a number 10 to the left of it. That's adjoining parcel 10, and you can see all the little lot lines just past that.
Okay, and so the cluster of asphalt plants and other facilities are located where?
They're extending
Within the red?
south. You can see, well, the parcel where the asphalt plant is outlined in red, and it includes part of the quarry, but you can see extending south additional parcels that are involved in the quarry and the concrete plants.
Okay, great, thank you. No other questions?
Want me to finish identifying those near residential properties for you?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, yes.
Yeah, page 11, that's the one that's I was discussing is near the new townhome development. Page 14, that project has residential across from the entrance, and there's a new subdivision being developed to the north of it.
And these are all clustered with with an asphalt plant and other facilities? So
Yes, I don't know that all of them are, but these two that are 3 that I've noted are. The one that was on page 11, that one, you can see on that one that there's no associated quarry with that one. There's another facility just to the end of Gelder Drive. I did not identify exactly what that is, but I believe it's part of the same plant and it's concrete, but I did not specifically identify that. So it's possible, I'm not sure on that one. And then, of course, there's page 16 and 17 where there's residential uses and 3 schools surrounding that cluster, and that has concrete, asphalt, and a quarry.
And you said this was?
AV County.
Okay.
It's not that there aren't any closer than here, that's just I've worked at that site before and knew it was there.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
No question.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No question this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Rolla? Did I not call on you?
I have his
Oh,
reading,
okay, all
Commissioners.
right. Commissioner Rolla?
So just looking at, for example, Preveza, right? Page 11. Have you looked at any of these addresses, like 5700, 5702, 5704, to see if they've resold since 2023 or what their new approximate market value is?
Again, these are all pulled from the MLS. If there had been an additional sale, that would have been triggered, and I would have shown multiple sales of it since that time period.
Okay.
So I don't. Since I ran the initial report, I did not rerun the MLS scan between last meeting and this meeting, but at that point, when I ran this initial report, no, there was no resales.
So just to understand how you're determining an effect on property value, you pulled these properties that have sold once near that plant, but didn't run another number to see what they would be worth today if you were to resell them on the market?
Well, again, the asphalt plant was there before the townhomes were there. They were built next to it.
Right.
What I did was I compared those to similar townhomes in the same community that was much further north and not in close proximity to the townhome. So they are in the same development, the exact same units by the same builder in the same time frame, but they are several blocks to the north, so they're not near the asphalt plant.
So your expert opinion here today is that having real estate property near an asphalt plant doesn't negatively affect the price of the home?
Again, we have plenty of data in here that shows when there's enough separation that there isn't. I'm not saying that you couldn't have one, and I was actually, with the townhomes is different than single family. But with single family, we do have examples of the single family that's later in this report and we have distances that are substantially closer than the closest home to this project. The closest home to this project that I measured is 2,185 feet away, and so we have examples in this report that show much closer, showing no impact. Now,
So is your answer maybe, or yes or no?
distances, we definitely don't see any impact. But if you built if there was a house that was in closer proximity, that could be.
Okay.
But in this example of this asphalt plant, that home is very far away. We would not see any impact on that home.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Are you finished with your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we, sorry. Are there any comments or questions from other parties? I was wondering why you were still standing there.
Waiting.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you. Ms. Stewart?
We've now heard Mr. Kirkland's expert opinion of the impact, the potential future impact of the proposed facility. But we also have additional factual information about what has happened previously at other Sunrock sites to inform how others react to these facilities. I'd like to invite Mike Nolan from Sunrock up to tell us about those.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, before we move forward, just one statement to the board.
Absolutely, Mayor Pro Tem.
The information we just received, it's not gonna, the information we just received, it was showing that, I just did a quick glance at one of the properties, 5700 Preser, that was sold on September 2023 for $411. I just kind of quickly looked that one up. It went down, it's currently like $395,000, so it went down like probably like $20,000 thereabouts.
And what was the time frame?
This is currently now what is 3 years time frame, so it's at $395 instead of $411 what they purchased at. So the property value did go down. Just FYI.
Or not, okay.
Respectfully, are you asking a question?
No,
or
sir, I'm just sharing
You're just
information.
providing testimony, introducing information you found online? If there's something that you found online that you think should be part of the record, I'd at least like Mr. Kirkland an opportunity to address it.
Kind of real estate is what I looked up at. I just kind of did a quick glance at it. I don't know if I was allowed to do that or not. I don't know if it's having boundaries, but just.
You should make your decision based on only information presented at the hearing, not on information you learn outside
Right,
the
thank
hearing.
you.
So
Thank you.
I would tell the board probably disregard that
Thank you.
evidence.
Thank you.
How
But you
about,
could, if that leads to questions, you could ask those questions.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Roa, you have a question?
yeah, I'm just trying to discern with our attorney here. Let me formulate this so it makes sense to everybody else but me. If there's someone here that's an expert at pricing property, all right, and they run comps and they provide a number, one set of number of properties of what they sold for next to an asphalt plant 3 years ago, and we as a board want to make a decision on, does it impact the property value of nearby properties? Would it be a fair request to ask the expert witness or the applicants to rerun current price projection based from that expert witness to say, yeah, well, these are the homes we provided to you, and this is what they sold for, and in 3 years of being next to an asphalt plant, they've gone up $50,000, so they've appraised, or actually they've lost value, because, you know, I can tell you my home that I've lived in 3 years has gone up, right? Just normally in time. I think everyone here's property has gone up. So I guess that's the question that I would need answered, right, to make a decision is, does it really affect or not affect? And if I don't feel like I have enough evidence, can I ask you, or can I ask the applicant or that expert witness to provide further information?
Yes, absolutely. And to clarify, it is their burden to produce the evidence to establish that it will not affect the property. And if you have questions about the evidence they present, those are valid questions to ask the expert to follow up on.
Does that fit what you were trying to?
Well, basically that's what I'm trying to do, is just try to get a current status where, okay, 3 years ago they paid $411. Now if that changes, either the equity has either gained or went up or down. I would like to know that information. That's what I'm saying. He just gave the current, what it sold for at
Yeah,
the time, to my
I think
understanding.
that's a perfectly valid question to ask.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner
If there's questions for Mr. Kirkland about the valuation issue, I'm sure he's happy to address them. I would just ask that if there were things being looked up, that they be made part of the record.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis, do you have a question?
I did have a question. I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding clarification. If there's a question that's being asked for the experts, but they're not able to provide the answers and information, and I heard you state that we're only supposed to base our decision on the information that's being provided, but if the information is not being provided that we're asking, are we not allowed to look up to find that information for ourselves? Is that not?
I would say that if you have specific information that you want to have presented at the hearing, that you either ask
them to
ask
provide
the
that.
expert, does he have that information? If they don't have that information, or if that information is readily attainable by the expert, then he can answer questions. If they can't answer questions about it, then you can take that into account in making your decision.
Okay, thank you.
So my question basically directed to this gentleman here. If you could give me the information for the current value of 5700 Preser and a couple more of those addresses that are currently on page 13, the current value of that.
But again, current value would involve an appraisal process. I can't do that without building a file and doing a lot of research into that. Telling you about the most recent sales price, that I can look up and tell you that. The trick is I've pulled all the data on what ran through the MLS. Now, if there were foreclosures or if there was something that happened or something sold for sale by owner or something went outside the MLS, that would actually be an issue in comparison to other things in the first place because it's not a typically transacted sale. All market value is always based on based on market value, which goes by a typical seller and a typical buyer, typically motivated. Again, without it going through the MLS, it is hard for me to know what is going on. I could look at this data and look this stuff up, but I couldn't do this on the fly right here because, first of all, I'd like to talk to the broker, assuming there is a broker involved. Gotcha. But with you just citing something as sold, it has no impact. Again, we did not compare these sales based on what happened in 2023 to what might happen in 2026. We compared these sales to what was happening to people who were buying these townhouse units in 2023, compared them to what people were buying in 2023, whether they were near the asphalt plant or not near the asphalt plant. Gotcha. And that's all we can do. That's called a matched pair analysis, and that is the appropriate method to look at. Okay. We could, if, for example, the asphalt plant was new, and we had sales of property before, and then we could look at a sale after the asphalt plant was there, then comparing an old sale to the more recent one would accurately be a method of testing for that, but these asphalt plants were all in existence, so comparing an older sale to a more recent sale does not address the question of the asphalt plant.
We'll base it off the information. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. As a reminder, we would invite Mike Nolan from Sunrock up to discuss some of the trends that have occurred around Sunrock facilities. Thank you.
Time again. I am going to use the microphone. Michael Nolan, Sunrock Industries. Our plants have in many cases predated a lot of the development that happens around them. And I'd like to go through a couple of examples and talk about Sunrock as a neighbor and some of the development that's happened around our sites. This is an aerial view in 1999 of a Sunrock Industries ready-mix plant and what is now a concrete supply concrete plant directly adjacent. You can see that along Burlington Mills Road there in Wake Forest, there is one distribution warehouse and really not much of anything else in that corridor. Our experience in 2007 when we installed a hot mix mixing plant next to or co-located with the ready mix plant with the other ready mix plant there. So three plants in co-location. The ensuing years after the operation of the two ready mix plants, the Wake Forest Business and Industry Park started operations. So there was some investment into local business. These businesses and business owners and real estate developers made the conscious choice to build tens of millions of dollars of real estate next to these operating sites. And if you were to fast forward to 2025, you'll see significant residential as well as industrial, healthcare, retail, wholesale, high-tech equipment manufacturers, and the like. So just a couple of, I think, points to note. There are two schools. Casa Esperanza Montessori School is 1,750 feet away, building to building. The Endeavor Charter Elementary and Middle School, which we share an entrance with to the industrial park, was built 2,200 feet away. All of this in the ensuing years after the asphalt plant and 2 ready-mix plants were operating. Fresenius Dialysis, which is treating patients who are undergoing kidney failure, saw fit to operate a facility, an outpatient facility 1,800 feet from our asphalt plant. The Wake Cheer and Tumble and SSG Food Vending, 1,500 feet and 11 feet. Helios Auto Detailing, who certainly are folks that are going to guarantee that there's not a dusty car on the way out the door, is operating at 1,000 feet from our facility. And residentially, 3,000 feet from our facility, and I would point it out as being this property, excuse me, the property right here about where my not so steady hand is, sold, it was listed currently at $725,000. It sold in 2021 for $650,000, according to Zillow, so I'll disclose that for sure. And that was up from $444,000 in 2020. So since 2020, and after building this property within 3,000 feet of a 2 ready-mix plants and a hot mix asphalt plant, this property has increased in value 57%. We also operate a ready-mix plant and a hot mix plant co-located near RDU along 70. That facility, if you look in 2002, there was a hot mix plant on site. You can see that there was already some development in the area, and in the ensuing years, Sunrock increased the size of the hot mix plant and also included a ready-mix concrete plant. There are currently retail, restaurant, physical therapy, and we also border a state park. So you can see a physical therapy center. You can see Rainbow Playgrounds of North Carolina. Those are operating. The Propel Physio is 1,201 feet away. The Rainbow Play is 944 feet from our plant. There is a property which is an electrical equipment distributor, so they have electrical equipment and components. Their property is 217 feet from our plant. We owned that property at one time. We purchased the property, a larger parcel for $1.6 million. We cut it in half and then sold the building 200 feet away from our plant for $1.6 million. So a $200,000 improvement in value over the course of several months. The residential neighborhood that you see where the blue and the yellow dots are was built, as far as we could see, in 2007, because that's where the records start for that 100-unit housing development. 2710 Owl Roost Place, which is 1,700 feet from our property, which is the blue dot, sold in 2007 for $180,000. It was again sold in 2018 for $232,000, which is a 29% improvement in value, and then traded again in 2023 for $268,000, 59% improvement over the 2018 number, and a combined almost 100% increase in value over the original value at construction. The AD 325 deck bar place, 975 feet from the plant, sold in 2007 for $229,000. I believe it's an end unit, so it had a higher value at inception. It did trade during the real estate crash for $220,000, so that was a 4% drop in value following the challenges of the GFC, the Great Financial Crisis. But then traded again in 2024 for $400,000, an 82% increase in value. The current listings in that subdivision are between $368,000 and $375,000. Additionally, there is a single-family residence property directly across the way from the area of our plant. 8417 Stone Chase Road, which is 1,875 feet away, sold in 2009 for $500,000. It sold again in 2012 for $525,000, and then sold later that year again for $509,000, so it might have been a distressed sale. But then traded, is now listed in 2026 at $917,000. That's an 88% increase in value for a very high-end single-family residence subdivision that's 1,875 feet from our asphalt plant. There's also a Dunkin' Donuts, a Bojangles, as you can see. There is a Ceramic Pro, which is a car detailing and paint protection. There is a Foreign Service European Car Care Center, 429 feet away. Precision Group Equipment, which has sensitive measuring equipment, as far as you can tell from their website, is 305 feet away. Dogtopia is a doggy daycare, 1,329 feet away. Cimbrium, specialized measurement software and controls and specialized gearboxes, is 1,074 feet away. And these businesses chose to be in business within exceptionally close proximity to our plant. Our plant predated the construction of most of these structures: residential, retail, restaurant, industrial, veterinary, dialysis, outpatient dialysis care and we all know, if anybody's had a relative that is going through dialysis, that they're immunocompromised. These are the folks that have chosen to be in business next to our plants, and we're happy to have them there, and we're a good neighbor. In the last 20 years at this plant, we did have one noise complaint from a truck, which we're not sure if it was using our plant or not, that was operating near some of the residences. One in 20 years. And we're not sure it was us. So the property here, we do operate a ready-mix plant. We have operated that with no environmental issues or complaints. There is Five County Stadium, and I do know that was mentioned in the last meeting. We met with Five County Stadium with the Wake County, a Deputy Wake County executive, and Capital Broadcasting, who are the operators of the Five County Stadium, on April 27th. Five County Stadium did not raise any objections to us during the call, and at the end of the meeting, their only question for us is, when are we going to put a billboard in the infield, and how many season tickets do we want? We're very happy to be part of this community. We're not here to be a disruption, and as evidenced by our existence here in the last several decades in Wake County, we feel that we have not been a disruption, and we just submit this as evidence of us as a good neighbor. We did approach Mr. Brooks and did try to meet with him on 3/19, but he was not willing to talk to us. We did want to engage him and answer any questions that he had prior to this meeting and talk to him about our business, but he was, and certainly to his right, not interested in talking with us. But the effort for a consultation was made. Thank you for allowing me to go through this history, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Do we have any questions from the board? Commissioner Baxter?
Before we get to that, I believe there was an objection.
Oh, there was an objection. I'll speak in the microphone.
Dog, it's hard to teach
You
me new
know?
tricks. I was objecting to whatever he heard from Five County Stadium, because that is not a party. They're not opposing anything. It's hearsay without an exception unless he's got one.
It probably does constitute hearsay, but again, the rules of evidence don't apply here, so the board should give that the weight that it's due.
Thank you. All right. At this time, we'll take questions from the board. Commissioner Baxter?
None at this time.
Commissioner Roa?
No questions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No question this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now take questions from any other parties.
Briefly,
Briefly.
Briefly. Mr. Nolan, you said you had a kidney dialysis company that moved in within 1,800 feet of your asphalt plant.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other pharmaceutical companies that have moved in within 150 feet of your asphalt plant?
What do you mean by pharmaceutical company?
Pharmaceutical manufacturers, any pharmaceutical equipment manufacturers, anybody that would maintain something similar to a clean room?
Something of a clean room following what standard? What ISO standard are you referring to?
I am unfamiliar. I was just asking, do you have any pharmaceutical or food? Let's go pharmaceutical or food industries.
Pharmaceutical or food industries? Dunkin' Donuts, Bojangles. We have a vending machine operator that is at our RDU plant. That vending machine operator is working within a few hundred feet of our facility. So yes, we do have some food-oriented, or excuse me, that's our North Raleigh plant. SSG Food Vending is 1,100 feet away.
Are you comparing the pharmaceutical industry with the food vendor?
Well, without any standard to reference, I don't know what your definition of pharmaceutical is.
And none of them abut that are sharing a border with you?
Even if it were, I guess I would add that given the diversity of folks that have chosen to live near us and chosen to operate their plants near us, I guess I'd be hard-pressed to understand the concern. We meet the standards that we are asked to meet within the zoning that is appropriate to this site. We've done the studies. We know that we're a good neighbor, as evidenced by the folks who are our neighbors. And while I might not be aware of the activities within every single one of our neighboring facilities and buildings, I guess I would say I'm trying to understand what exactly you're saying.
Let me ask just a few more questions, and I'll get down. I'm trying to be brief here. The Dunkin' Donuts you're talking about, that the map you had on where Dunkin' Donuts and Bojangles were on 70, and you think you said 1,800 and some feet to the dialysis machine that was actually between those two in your plant? So do you say over 1,800 feet?
The Fresenius dialysis is in the Wake Forest facility, so
okay.
It's pretty far from the Dunkin' Donuts.
You think it's in 1999 when you built the Wake Forest plant? Was that correct?
What we are showing is in 1999, by the aerial photos, what you'll see, and let me go back to it for you. So what you're going to see is in 1999, there are two operating ready-mix plants. And in 2007, you'll see the hot mix plant.
It was built in 2007.
It was operating in 2007, built prior to that.
Was that light industrial, or is that heavy industrial?
An asphalt plant mixes stone with liquid asphalt, so that fits the zoning definitions of where we seek to obtain permits and meet the standards.
Did you have any variance for that plant, sir?
I'm not aware of a variance that we needed to obtain for that site.
We also had, I think, 3 different spots that had been priced, 2 townhomes and a single-family home on your next slide.
That would be the RDU location, yes.
Right. Did you just pick those spots or at random, or who picked those spots?
Those were the most recent sales that I could find on Zillow. So I went and looked up, filtered prior sales within that neighborhood, and those were the most recent sales that I could find.
I testifying as an expert in residential appraisal now. You're just finding something you found online and publishing it to the committee, correct?
Like a traffic study, yeah.
Okay, like a traffic study. Yes. No objection.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baxter has a question.
Sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I need you to answer the first question that he asked? Because you just said good neighbor or good neighbor, but you didn't say any food or medical within 150 feet.
I'm not aware of a medical clinic, like a kidney or dialysis unit that's within 150 feet of any of the properties that we're operating.
But you said that there was food within 150 feet?
There's a vending company that handles food, I would imagine.
Okay, I mean, like, I'm sorry, preparing food?
There is, not that I'm aware of. But
Okay,
there are
thank you. Thank you. And then the 2007 Sunrock properties, was that light industrial? Because you didn't answer that either. You just said that.
I'm not aware of, if there's a light industrial classification that we needed to meet, then we met the standards to be permitted within that zoning.
But you don't know what the zoning is that it was in?
The current zoning of that park, no, I'm sorry, I was not here at that time.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Mr. Nolan, did you have a statement that you wanted to finish?
Ma'am, only that we've met the standards for all of the zoning standards for the areas in which we have erected plants. And we've maintained those standards with no environmental violations during the entirety of our operations within that zoning and within those areas, as evidenced by our record of no environmental violations or citations, and here in Zebulon as well, where we've been operating a ready-mix plant for some time.
Right, thank you. Thank you. Ms. Stewart?
Thank you. That concludes our evidence related to standard number 3. Oops. And we can move on to
I'm sorry. Just for correction, just for right now, Nomeco Park, formerly known as 5 County Stadium.
Thank
you. Just want to make sure that that is out there, that we are not calling it that from this. Okay, all right, go ahead. Yes.
All right. Special use permit standard number 4 of our top 6 is that the proposed use will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. So I invite Mr. Nolan back to the podium as someone who has been working for many years with this facility to give us a tour. Oh, I'm sorry. I invite Mr. Heitzman to the podium to give us the tour. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Heitzman, are you familiar with the surrounding uses here?
I am.
Hello.
Mike Heitzman, Sunrock Industries, and I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
Perfect. So, as you can see, this is our proposed site here. We do have a concrete plant. One parcel to the, I guess from this slide, it would be the south from it, to the east of it is what it actually is, that has been operating for quite some time. We have, as Mike has stated prior, we have been a great neighbor since we have been here with that concrete plant. We have had no environmental violations of any sort. There are several other industries that you can see highlighted on your screen there. Advanced Plastiform, Pine Glow Products. These are all manufacturers that are very like Sunrock in what we do, right? They're manufacturing a product that is exactly what we're doing. We're providing a service to the community in the product in which we make that is consumed here in the community, and it is very much in keeping with what you'll see up and down this road here. All right, so looking here, the proposed site, when you look at the slide here, you see Brooks Machine and Design, adjacent to the property there, a CNC machine shop, again, producing components to be consumed, 5 County mini storage, and a plumbing supply company next to it. The next property you would see there, the next property you would see there is the Cardinal Civil site, which has the other proposed asphalt plant on it. So again, very much in keeping with the neighborhood, our like-minded businesses up and down the road. and I'm going to call it the wrong stadium name because that is not what's printed on the slide. So
That's
you will
okay.
see the baseball stadium there. One thing of note there, when you look at the traffic, you know, we've talked quite a bit about dust and particulate matter and things of that nature. When you look at this stadium, you see there an unpaved parking lot, which is going to produce the exact same dust that any other parking lot would when patrons come and go from the ball field. U.S. Foods, a bit further down the road, they are already in existence. They produce packaged goods. And then the wastewater treatment plant to the south there, you see. The owner has granted a utilities easement to connect the properties on the north side of the highway to the wastewater treatment plant and facilitate growth in that area. Here we're seeing our existing concrete plant, the Zebulon asphalt plant, and then the wastewater treatment plant again. Just again, in keeping with the approved uses for this area.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? Commissioner Roa?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I just want to understand, when you're saying similar, you're meaning in the sense of it's in light industrial, right?
I'm sorry.
You're similar in use.
Correct. Yes, the concrete plant producing, you know, another aggregate product that is currently there. The zoned asphalt plant, which is the identical use a few parcels down. Pine Glow products. These are, you know, the Plastifoam. These are all businesses that are making a product, which is exactly what we're doing.
Is I guess the air quality limits that you need to reach the same for the concrete plant as they are for the asphalt plant, or is one more strict than the other?
I would defer to the environmental experts on that. I'm simply an operations guy.
Okay.
But I do know both have to meet requirements.
May I ask him?
John Hill, Trinity Consultants. I have been sworn in.
Hi, Mr. Hill. So the Brooks Machine and Design, would a business like that need the same air quality restrictions as an asphalt plant?
So air quality restrictions are so the air quality permitting process is based on the emission levels expected for a facility. In this case, they're a synthetic minor source. What that means is they have to apply for an air quality permit. You have to apply for an air quality permit. Anybody that has to apply for an air quality permit, no matter what they do, is subject to the same standards. They're state established or federal established air quality standards for both toxic air pollutants, particulate matter, carbon monoxide, all those sorts of things.
So let me ask you, in terms of emissions, would the asphalt plant produce more emissions than a company like Brooks Machine and Design?
I don't have their air permit or their emissions inventory in front of me, so I can't answer that question.
You wouldn't know, like, would the baseball stadium produce the same amount of emissions as a asphalt plant? Would you be able to answer that question?
No, I mean, the baseball, not from an air quality permitting perspective, because that's a different type of source altogether.
I guess what I want to find out from an expert in your group is, you're saying they're similar in use, right? But are they similar in their emissions? Who could answer more of that question?
Well, you have to ask the individual facility what their emissions are, review emissions reports that if they're even required to publish them, like this facility is required to publish their emissions report if they get a permit. But basically what the emissions level do not matter per se from a regulatory perspective, because what you have to do is meet the regulatory standard at your property line.
Okay.
So no matter how much you're emitting, you've got to be below the toxic standards and the National Ambient Air Quality Standards and all of those things for a permit to even be issued for you to build.
Okay.
That answer?
Yeah, that answers that we can't get the direct comparisons, but
right.
I appreciate that, yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Baxter.
None, thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
Just wanted some clarification when you, sorry, I'm not sure where the gentleman went. You made a reference to the parking lot
Correct.
for
Yes, ma'am.
Mako Park. What was the reason for that comparison with the dust?
Early on in item number 1, there was much discussion about the dust that could be brought up from trucks traveling across unpaved surfaces, water trucks and things of that nature. Just showing an example on the same road, large parking lot there that is also unpaved. You're going to see the exact same dust coming from that parking lot as you would the small section of our property where people are driving across unpaved roads.
Would you consider that dust from that parking lot, would you put it in the same standard as the dust that you would have from the asphalt company?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No question this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Any questions from any other parties?
Twice, you testified that the proposed asphalt plant in it being the one up the road, and then you said the Zebulon asphalt plant is in identical use. There is no asphalt plant there, is there?
That's correct.
There's no identical use that's being used at this time.
There is a permit issued for an asphalt plant, the same that we're
Asphalt
requesting
plant
tonight.
there.
Right, and we don't have an asphalt plant either. We're simply requesting the same permit they did.
You said the exact same dust, I believe, or is that other gentleman, exact same dust from 5 County?
Correct.
How far is 5 County from Brooks Machine?
Couldn't say.
Or closer than your adjacent property?
Farther.
Thank you. Oh, who is it that spoke to Mr. Brooks?
I'm sorry?
Who went to Mr. Brooks' place and spoke to him?
I'm having a hard time hearing you say it one more time.
Went to Mr. Brooks' office and spoke to him?
I could not answer that.
Yes, please.
Alex Culpepper, our Vice President of Business Development.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
All right, just a quick reminder of some information you saw from staff earlier, which is that this section of Old US 264 south of the highway is entirely zoned for light and heavy industrial uses, so matching that surrounding area. That's consistent with the town's plan to maintain that industrial designation. What we don't see here in the town's plan is a plan to change that. So industrial is what's contemplated here. And what becomes clear is that this is not an accident. This is a planned industrial area away from downtown to concentrate these uses adjacent to that highway and near those highway entrance points. So in summary, we've seen that this is an industrial district, one of only 2 industrial districts where the proposed asphalt plant is categorized as a special use and with no indicators to counteract that presumption of harmony that designated special uses enjoy in North Carolina. Therefore, the use is not only harmonious, but very similar to those existing uses. And with that, we are in the home stretch.
We are going to take a 15-minute recess as we get down to our last 2 points. Thank you.
to special use permit standard number 5, that the request is in general conformity with the town's adopted policy guidelines. And for this topic, we have already seen evidence on these points. We just saw the future land use and character map designating this area as light industrial within a larger industrial area in which this use is a special use that may be allowed. We also have additional guidance coming from the Comprehensive Land Use Plan, which specifies a number of policies the town officials and staff are to use as a guide when making decisions regarding proposed development activity. And I'll note that we've already seen evidence this evening as to each of these standards. That first standard, although crossed out, could equally have been checked. It's crossed out because we have seen that there is not a directly adjacent residential area, with the nearest residential area being on the far side of the wastewater treatment plant. Also, the industrial uses should be located in dedicated industrial development areas, which we just saw, and that it should be separated from other uses by buffers. This is one of the requirements of the special use, and we saw this tonight as well. Industrial development should have good access to thoroughfares and freeways. This was thoroughly covered at our last meeting, and industrial development involving trucking operations should have good access to
I'm
truck
sorry,
routes.
Ms. Stewart. I know our microphones are not working as great inside, but could you speak up just a little bit louder so those in the room can hear you?
Sure, my apologies.
Thank you.
And we have also seen evidence regarding the truck routes to this site. So given that we have already seen the evidence on standard number 5, we can actually move on to standard number 6, which is that the proposal includes a concept plan that accurately depicts the proposed uses configuration. I'd like to invite Garrett Otten from Withers Ravenel to confirm if this plan, as submitted with our application, accurately depicts the configuration of the proposed use.
I can confirm that the plan on the screen is an accurate representation of the plan submitted for special use permit consideration.
Thank you.
With that, we have submitted evidence on each of the 6 of our top 6 special use permit standards, as well as all of those nesting standards below them. And I would like to invite my colleague up to summarize what you've heard.
LaRon Bird again, here on behalf of Morningstar Law Group and also East Wake. As an initial matter, I'd like to go ahead and thank our expert witnesses and other people who helped testify and provide opinions here today. I'd also like to thank the board as well. Thank you guys for your questions. Thank you for your concerns. And thank you as well for your patience over the past 2 hearings. Throughout this hearing, you heard a wide range of testimony. Concerns, again, questions, and several different opinions. Some of those concerns were understandable. Some reflected a broader apprehension about growth and change in this region. And some ventured far beyond the competent evidence standard that governs this proceeding, including perhaps a hurricane that happened when I wasn't even born, maybe. But that distinction, it matters, because this is not a referendum on industrial uses generally, nor is it a public opinion poll regarding asphalt plants. I mean, this is a quasi-judicial hearing governed by legal standards that require decisions to be based on competent, material, and substantial evidence in the record. And importantly, despite extensive questioning, including lengthy cross-examination of our experts, our evidence remained consistent, unrebutted, and technically sound. As reiterated throughout, our job today was to describe and walk through each of, again, the 6 special use permit standards for proposed asphalt plants. Namely, that it will not materially endanger the public health or safety if located and where proposed. 2, that it complies with all required standards, conditions, and specifications of this ordinance, including Article 4 uses. And 3, plan will not injure the value of the abutting land, or that the special use is a necessity. 4, that it will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. 5, that it is in general conformity with the town's adopted policy guidelines. 6, includes a concept, which you guys just seen recently, a concept plan that accurately depicts the proposed use configuration. In explaining these standards, again, you heard and you've seen evidence showing how each of those standards have been met. With respect to number 1, we addressed many concerns regarding air quality, traffic safety impacts, site security, and water resources. During this part of the discussion, you heard not just from one expert, but you heard from 2. 2 qualified experts who each provided a separate, detailed analysis as to why the plant will not adversely impact air quality, traffic, water, or allow unauthorized users to access the site. Now, our experts were questioned about a lot of things that deviated from the standards that, again, are before you here today. That's okay, though. It's okay to be curious and understand everything involved. The discussion, even during the last hearing, it kept returning to the reality that Zebulon and surrounding areas are growing rapidly. Well, that's true. We all know Raleigh and this part of the U.S. is one of the fastest growing parts of the nation. In fact, one of the parties helped make that point, and we appreciate that. But yes, new schools, a new baseball team, new commercial development, new infrastructure, increased traffic demands, continued expansion. Yes, but growth necessarily requires infrastructure to support it. We all know that. Roads do not maintain or build themselves. Public projects, commercial development, and transportation improvements all require the very materials produced by facilities like the one proposed here today. But again, focusing on the standard. The question is whether the proposed use will materially endanger the public health and safety. Does an asphalt plant, something that we all see or we all know exists here in the Triangle area and industrial areas, does it create a serious danger to health and safety in this industrial area in Zebulon? Despite all the concerns and questions, the only reality is that all the qualified professionals and are standing before you and have stood before you under oath and testified that the asphalt plant will not present any risk to public health or safety. That evidence compels you to find that the applicant has met the standard. With respect to number 2, we discussed ordinance requirements as well as plans for approval, issuance of permits, inspections, and certificates of occupancy. The proposed use meets all UDO standards. With respect to number 3, you all heard from Rich Kirkland, who provided his findings of his appraisal analysis, which adequately describe how the value of the nearby land will not be substantially impacted by the special use. But it didn't stop there. You all also heard from Sunrock. And Sunrock also gave you their analysis of their other plants in other areas and other businesses, some that existed before Sunrock built it. But not only that, how those continue to thrive even with Sunrock's expansion at that facility. With respect to number 4, we explained how the asphalt plant is irrefutably in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. Namely, we pointed out that the proposed site is not 5 miles, it's not 4 miles, it's not 3 miles, but it's actually less than a quarter mile away from other light industrial operations, including existing concrete plants and an asphalt plant that this board less than a few hundred yards away approved a little while ago. With respect to number 5, we walked directly through the policies listed in the town's adopted guidelines and why this proposal considers each of those. With respect to number 6, we showed our concept plan where we talked about site elevation, lighting, parking, and also it showed water routes being provided by the well and septic system permitted by Wake County on site. But after all that questioning and discussion over the past 2 hearings, no evidence or line of questioning has undermined this application. None. That matters, though, because speculation, even sincere speculation, well, it's not evidence. Generalized fears are not evidence. Hypothetical possibilities, untethered to expert analysis, it's not evidence either. All of that makes the record clear that we have met our burden, and we did so in the manner that the law requires. Our proposal did not and does not rest on speculation, doesn't rest on assumptions, or generalized concerns about what might happen following the development of this asphalt plant. It rests on competent material, substantive evidence, and again, you heard this from qualified experts. You reviewed detailed plans, you were provided technical analysis, regulatory frameworks, and sworn testimony addressing each of the 6 required standards. The same evidence, actually, that would be required if this matter were subject to judicial review on an appeal. With that framework in mind, the question before you again is not whether asphalt plants are popular. It's not whether there is opposition. It's not whether someone likes asphalt plants. It is not whether you like the idea or whether you will be able to notice that it's there. It's not it. The question is whether our applicant, East Wake, has satisfied the standards set for a special use permit. Based on the evidence in this record, the answer to that question is yes. When an applicant meets each required standard with competent, substantial evidence, the law directs approval. And for those reasons, we respectfully request that this board grant special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will have here Mr. Swain.
Mr. Hartzog, may I posit the board if all evidence is in from the permit applicant at this time? May I ask the board if all evidence is in from the permit applicant at this time? Then I would ask the applicant if all information, if all testimony is in at this time.
It is.
Okay.
Ms. Stewart, will you stay? Thank you.
If I may have a brief opening statement. My name is Alan Swain. I'm an attorney. My colleague, former Judge Abe Jones, now Representative Abe Jones, had to step aside. He had some important business that came up, so he said that he wishes you well, but he had to step away for a minute.
Sorry, again, Jeff Rother for the applicant. Just for the record, we're again reiterating our objection since Mr. Swaim has not established that he represents a party with standing. I believe the argument is improper at this point.
I would ask the board to take that objection, but allow me to put on my evidence and then to decide for yourself whether or not I do have standing.
Please proceed.
I have a very brief outline. We are the objector to a special use permit in North Carolina. I say we, I mean Brooks Machine, Reggie Brooks, and his wife, the owners of the property adjacent to the proposed asphalt plant. Under North Carolina law, an objector must qualify as, quote, an aggrieved party, end quote, by demonstrating, quote, special damages, end quote, that are distinct from the general public. North Carolina Statute 160D 142.2 governs the standing to challenge quasi-judicial zoning decisions, including this SUP. To possess standing, an objector must fall into one of the following categories: a property interest owner, anyone who with an ownership, leasehold, or option to purchase interest in the affected property; a neighboring property owner, owners of property within the immediate vicinity who will suffer distinct adverse impacts, and that's what I believe we have here; or a designated association, a neighborhood or homeowner association representing individuals who would otherwise have standing. I don't believe that would be us, but there may be others. There's a traditional two-pronged standing test developed under Cherry v. Weiser of 2014, and I brought statutory and case law in case any of the board wants to see them. Proximity is the objector's property must be in close physical geographic proximity to the proposed development site. Here, Brooks Machine, and when I say Brooks Machine, I mean Brooks Machine and Design, LLC, or whatever the full name, but allow me to be brief as I can, Brooks Machine. Mr. Brooks and his wife on the property that is directly abutting the property seeking a special use permit. Some say been north, some say west, kind of northwest. Number 2, special damages. Law says the objector must suffer a distinct concrete injury that is different from the harm suffered by the community at large. Here we expect to show that Mr. Brooks and Brooks Machine will suffer from the addition of hazardous air pollutants, volatile organic compounds, particulate matter, toxic chemicals, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, among other dust and emissions different from the surrounding businesses, because Brooks Machine is a manufacturer of equipment that assembles, inspects, handles, packages pharmaceutical and food products. These pollutants will cause damage to Brooks Machine by making it either impossible or impractical to manufacture these items in the location of Brooks Machine. This will cause Brooks Machine to close production of this facility and make it cost prohibitive to produce them in this polluted environment. In this, I expect to call Mr. Brooks. I expect to call an expert witness. I expect to call a salesman for his products that is an independent salesman, and I expect to call a buyer of his products. What constitutes special damages? The objector must present competent, material, and substantial evidence of specific impact. The courts recognize here in North Carolina diminution of property value. Here, Brooks Machine offers testimony from owners, salesmen, experts in various fields denoted at the time of testimony, and other qualified speakers. It is testified that purchasers will not be brought to Brooks Machine if the asphalt smell is in or around this facility, and we'll get to that later. Direct site-specific distribution or disruptions. Brooks Machine has been visited by a representative of the applicant who admits the smell of the proposed asphalt plant will permeate Brooks Machine, demonstrating the invasive pollutants that will affect the manufacturing of Brooks Machine pharmaceutical and food equipment products, and the increased traffic hazard. Here, the traffic from the proposed asphalt plant will be on the lot adjacent to Brooks Machine and will affect Brooks Machine's employees more than any other one nearby. And we will talk about the grade and the weight of the trucks have been testified at that time. There are insufficient grounds for standings. They do not apply here. And in the conclusion, I will bring that to reiteration at my closing. Madam Mayor, I do have my brief basically stating everything I've said that I'll be glad to publish to the board if you would accept it.
Yes, we will accept it.
Accepting the written statement? It's a written argument? Sure, yeah. As long as it's sure that it's not evidence, it's a record of what he said, that's fine.
As I understand it, this is a written legal argument.
Legal argument in the form of a short brief. May I approach and will you accept it?
Yes, sir. You can give it to our clerk.
Can we please ask that clerk make copies?
I think he has copies. Yes, he has, yes.
It's just one copy?
That's all I brought was one extra copy. Okay. I'll
You have
appreciate
enough
that.
copies for the board, or? Oh, can you go? Yes, please. We'll take a 3-minute, 5-minute recess to get copies. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Brooks, your name, address for the board. Does Mr. Brooks need to be sworn in?
I have been sworn in.
Oh, thank you very much.
My name is Reginald Brooks.
Okay.
And I'm the owner of Brooks Machine and Design, and my wife and I own the property which is next door to the proposed plant. So, do you want to ask questions, or do you want me to keep going?
Whatever is your pleasure, whatever the board's pleasure. Mr. Brooks, you own Brooks Machine, you said?
I do.
And what does Brooks Machine do?
A variety of things, but our core business is the manufacture of pharmaceutical, medical, and food equipment, whether that be inspection, assembly, a variety of things.
And where are you located?
The address is 1424 Old 264 Highway, which is currently adjacent to the proposed asphalt plant.
Do you see that location on the map up there?
I do.
And can you point it out?
I don't have the pointer.
Mr. Clerk, could you find? Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
I see it.
It's, if I'm not mistaken, it's right there.
Mr. Brooks, your hand's wiggling there.
Just a little bit. I'm not a surgeon.
Do you ever do a whole lot of public speaking?
No, sir.
That's rather unusual for you?
Highly.
So, Mr. Brooks, how long have you been at this location?
That exact current location, I've been there since 2006. Before 2006, in 1997, I moved to the building in what is currently the plumbing building. I currently own both of those buildings, the right-hand side of the mini storage and the left-hand side of the mini storage.
Now, when you say the plumbing building, if we could, and we'll find another map here in just a little bit, just kind of off into the white of where you were pointing right there?
There.
Okay. How long have you been in the pharmaceutical machine making business?
Since 1993.
It's like 43 years, is it not?
Well, it's my 32nd year in business, but I worked 9 years for someone else doing close to the same thing. So it's about 41 years building equipment.
All right. And are you any good at it?
I've been told I'm pretty good at it.
Do you make a living at it?
I make a really good living at it.
What was your gross sales last year?
I don't know exactly, but we're a small business, but we usually gross somewhere around 7 to 8 million a year.
And how much of that gross sales was in the pharmaceutical or food industry building?
Probably a good 40%,
machine building?
maybe 50%.
If you build a asphalt plant, well, let's stop. Have you had anybody from the asphalt plant come visit you?
Oh, I did.
And who's that person?
Well, it's already said, Mr. Alex Culpepper.
Mr. Culpepper came to your business?
He did.
What did he have to say?
He first of all wanted to know if I would speak with his boss concerning the asphalt plant.
And did you speak to his boss?
No, I told him I didn't want to speak to his boss.
Fair enough. Did he say anything else?
Well, he was escorted into my conference room. I was not up front. And he sat down and he asked me, he told me who he was. I told him who I was. He asked me what his boss wanted to know if I would speak with him. And I told him I didn't have anything to say to his boss unless his boss was going to say he wasn't going to put the asphalt plant beside me.
And is that what his boss said?
I don't know. I didn't speak to his boss.
You said he went to your conference room. Is that inside your facility?
It is.
So did he walk through the machine making?
No, we did not let him go through any part of the shop. He went strictly through the office spaces, down a hallway, into one of my lesser conference rooms.
Did he tell you whether or not you were going to be able to smell the asphalt plant in the building?
Absolutely. That was my next question. I was so upset. I asked him point blank, will I smell TAPs inside my facility? And his answer was yes. And I was mad. And he looked at me and he asked me another question. And that question was, did I want to see the air permit?
See the air permit?
Yes, sir.
Now, testimony here between, I think the last time we met, said that there was no air permit.
I'm kind of confused because he asked me, did I want to see it?
Well, did you see the air permit?
No, I was so mad, I told him I didn't need to see the air permit.
Did he say anything else?
Got up, told him I thought that was all we had to say. I walked him outside the door, we shook hands, and he went on his way.
Let's talk about your equipment, your manufacturing. And it may take you a second, but in layman's terms, what does your plant do? It says machine shop. Is it like brakes and stuff, or what is it?
No. I do have a video that I think would explain exactly what we do.
And that video you've turned into the board?
I have.
Would you like the board to see that video now?
I would like to show that video. There's several videos, and there's a introduction of who we are as a company.
You show the video, please.
And please, just one thing, I think it stops between the videos, so I could explain.
Just to confirm, are we talking about the slides or two short videos from the drone footage?
The slides first, please. Oh.
That's the introduction slide of who we are. That's just a photo of inside my facility. Just an introduction. What do I? Top one? Right. So I think it's real important for me, or it's important, I feel like, for you to know what I do and why I oppose the asphalt plant. Like I said, I've been in business since 1994, 93, the end of 93, first of 94. We have been in Zebulon. I moved in 1997, 29 years ago. The current building we have is 45,000 square feet. We have 30-plus employees. They include a highly skilled position in engineering, mechanical, electrical, CNC machining, manual machining, fabrication, assembly, and an office staff. We too have a 401k. We treat our employees like family. They are an extension of who I am. We provide equipment. We do robotic and non-robotic automation sales. With the robotic sales, we're a FANUC Level 3 robotic integrator. Our primary markets, if you can see, is made up of pharmaceutical, medical, food. We do a little automotive and a little general industries. Many of our customers, most of our customers, are worldwide household names. I guarantee you, in the last week, you have either seen, held, used something that is associated with our equipment. Our customers are worldwide. We certainly cover the United States, but we have several customers that are overseas. So exactly one of the reasons we're here today, I do have samples in the box if you'd like to see that. This is the type of equipment that we build. We do not make the plastic syringes, but as you can see, these are syringes. They're used to give eye injections into your eye.
Hold on one second. Madam Mayor, may I approach with samples of the different syringes and all that he makes so that you can examine them as he talks about them?
Yes, you, please hand them to our clerk. Thank you.
The needles are not on them.
Thank you.
For my protection as well as yours.
clerk is passing out samples of the products that Mr. Brooks makes at his business.
We assemble these
Assemble.
products.
Okay, thank you.
Was entered into the record, please.
So entered.
Claire, are these all the same? So
No, they're not.
Okay.
That's a different product. That can is a different product with different pieces of equipment that I'll show you.
Okay.
He just happened to
Make sure that he has a sample of each one, if you would.
If we're including them in the record, I just want to make sure we have whatever
Each
you're
kind.
submitting. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Please continue.
So this is the video. It shows these syringes being bowl fed, and I can't stop it. It doesn't play well. But if you'll notice, our customer treats these syringes, sprays a proprietary coating on the ID of these syringes that will not peel off. And as you can see, everything you see here was made internally at our facility. Those are the samples. We assemble and treat that syringe fully. And then it goes and it's packaged in a blister pack. It gets heat sealed over top after it's been through its process. Okay.
Now, is this a typical syringe or is this a specialty syringe?
Well, I think it's a little special because it's for eye injections and it gives me the creeps thinking about sticking a needle in my eye. So, but a syringe is a syringe. Basically, it's a form of application of maybe medicine. Go to the next. So this is a robotic application. This is in the food industry. And what you'll see is a high-speed robotic pick and place cell. These are done at our facility. These are tested at our facility. Our product, food product, we have to throw away. Those syringes that you saw, we have to box up and ship them back to our customer. So they are in our shop for a considerable amount of time. So if you look at this video, everything you see was manufactured by us but the conveyor. And this is in a food application. Extremely cleanable. It's what we do. The next one. So that little can that you had, did we pass out the little can? They're called MDIs. They're meter dose inhalers. Let's typically say that's used a lot. I'm a severe asthmatic. I have used these inhalers my whole life. And they're usually used a lot for like rescue drugs, but they're aerosol medications. We do a lot with aerosol medications. And this is just a simplistic packaging unit where we're traying and untraying, and we use vision-guided robotics. Everything here you see on these videos was designed in-house from our engineers. Blank sheet of paper. And that tester that you see is basically the very first piece of equipment that I have ever manufactured. We're testing the spray of that device, looking at the spray in it and timing the spray. Another customer's product, same thing, MDIs. We do a lot of different type of pharmaceuticals. This is an application where we are assembling a 4-piece nozzle. Squirt bottle is what I'll say about it. We have customers that, I'll say this, we do a lot of pharmaceuticals below the waist. And this is a 4-piece bottle for those pharmaceuticals. And we assemble these at 142 a minute. Everything you see has to be cleanable, has to go out clean. has to be programmed. All of that's done in-house.
Bless you.
Thank you.
The next one, we're just simply sucking product off of a belt, but we have tracked it for 45 minutes through a cooling oven to figure out which ones we need to remove from the belt.
Now, that machine right there we just saw,
Yes.
we won't say the name brand, but it has something to do with Valentine's Day, correct?
Let's just say it's food.
And that machine is able to scan and pick out the ones that have an almond missing out of them, I understand?
It has a product inside of it, and we scan those to make sure the product's inside of it.
Okay, and I want to make sure, Mr. Attorney and Board, I am not an NDA patent attorney. I am patent barred eligible, but I am not a patent attorney, nor am I acting one at this point. There will be things that Mr. Brooks and his folks can and cannot testify because of NDA agreements and challenges out there. So if I lead you to say something that you'll say, I can't speak to that, it may be because more of an NDA thing than anything else. So just please excuse that.
Correct. So these are vials. We handle vials in excess of 400 to 500 vials a minute. These are injectable vials where you pop the top, stick the needle in it, and pull the product out of the vial. And this application, pretty simple. We're laser engraving the little round cap and putting the lot number on it. And as you can see, just for the video, and you'll see a little camera system. Eventually the word test will come up on it. And this is a piece of equipment that we've built several of. That is only 4 or 5 slides out of hundreds of products that we deal with.
Of Brooks Machine, knowing what you do you foresee any special damages, any direct consequential damages that would apply to you and not at somebody down the road if an asphalt plant is built next door?
I'm going to object to the question under the grounds of, well, can you hear me? Under 160D-1402, J3. Hearings limited to competent evidence. General statutes provide that competent evidence does not include whether the use of a lay witness testifying as to whether the use of property in a particular way affects the value of other property. We don't have any foundation as to testimony that could come from Mr. Brooks as to whether the operation of an asphalt plant on one property could impact the value of an adjacent property.
I think he's allowed to answer that question based on his personal knowledge.
As a lay witness?
As the owner of the business, I think he's allowed to testify to what impacts he believes it will have, and whether that is competent evidence or not is up to the board to decide based on his personal knowledge and what he says.
Sir? Just so that I have an understanding, you're submitting testimony as an expert witness for your company and the manufacturing processes that occur at your facility.
So I could be wrong. So I feel like I am testifying on behalf of my business, everything it involves to run my business and to make my business work. Because I was there, number one, first person out there doing sales, doing engineering, doing fabrication, doing programming, doing installation, and I've done that for 41 years. And I know what it takes to do this. I know what the pitfalls are. I know what it takes to get a customer to buy a piece of equipment from me. I know what they're looking for. Does that answer?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Brooks.
So the question is, what do you think, in your opinion, will happen to your business if an asphalt plant is built next door?
Well, according to Mr. Culpepper, inside my facility, I'm going to smell TAPs. People from around the world fly into my business. I have a hard enough time getting them. They're looking for certain things to ensure them that I am capable of building a product that they can trust in.
Excuse me, sir. Can someone explain what a TAP is?
Yeah, I can.
Please. Thank you. He says you're going to smell it. You say it's going to be in there. What is it
They're
that's
toxic
gonna
air particulates, toxic air pollutants. They had a list of them. We went over them.
Keep going.
Okay. They come in. I'm concerned about the TAPs, the pollutants for my equipment, especially for the product I have inside the facility. This gets on my product, and I take that product back to my customer. All these products go back to my customer except the food products. These syringes will go back to my customer. Those vials that you saw will be packaged up and sent back to my customer. We have a hard enough time making things clean, making sure things work. We can measure down to a micron. We have a hard enough time making sure we're measuring correctly. My customers come in. I know what it takes to get a pharmaceutical customer. It takes a clean facility. It takes a resume. I spent years building a resume to be able to have Fortune 500 pharma, food, medical companies come into my facility and see what I do on my record and give me business, give me work to do. That is a hard business. What I do is not easy. I'm only 30-some employees. The reason for that is it's hard. I did not choose my business. My business chose me. And it's been my life. That's all I know what to do. It's all I know how to do. And I have to then take a guy who's flown from Germany, bring him to my facility with TAPs and asphalt smell inside my facility and convince him that's a clean environment for me to manufacture his syringe equipment. Like it or not, that's what I have to do. And I don't feel like I can do that. I feel like the struggle is going to be there to convince them that my facility is the right facility to build their equipment.
Mr. Brooks, as a reminder to the board, please address me before you address them. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Once again, I want to ask you, are you alleging special damages?
Yeah, if I don't get work, they don't give me the work.
Would you give an estimate as to the value of the damage you expect to lose?
I don't know, but I do enough pharma and enough food work. It could easily be $2 million, $3 million. It could be greater than that because some years we do a lot more business. We get bigger projects. If I'm not afforded the chance, just the chance to quote on those type of projects, my business will suffer.
So it is your allegation that you would lose as much as $2 million or maybe more?
Yeah, I'm scared to death.
If we can. I'm sorry. Questions. Let's do questions.
Yes. Commissioner Rolla.
I just want to make sure that I'm tracking what you're saying here.
Okay?
You have to provide a sterilized environment to make these?
I have to provide a clean environment. It does not have to be a class clean room. They go in a class 7 clean room, which is extremely clean, okay? But what I have to do is I have to make sure that I can clean the equipment. I can make it as clean as I can, so when they go and do their swab test, and I send it to these big pharmaceutical companies and they swab it, that they don't find extra something on it.
So they don't find what's on that list, like arsenic, chloroform, because...
And I cannot clean everything.
But let me just ask, so, okay, so I'm tracking what you're saying here, because the concern is if you can smell the taps inside the facility, then that's getting on everything. And when you close these up and seal them and send them back, there's going to be traces of taps on these, and they're going to say that whatever you just sent me, we can't sell, and you'll lose the contract.
I don't know how else.
Is that?
Yes, that is part of it, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm trying to...
Thank you, Commissioner Roa.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Swain? Yes. Any other questions? No, you're good. Please continue.
Please, with the drone footage. One second. All right, Mr. Brooks, what are we seeing here?
That's the proposed site. That's the power plant. That's my facility. Mini storage, asphalt plant, ball field.
So when we say you're directly beside it, you are actually around.
I'm out of the screen for this side. Right there.
So that wood lot will be where the proposed place is, right here.
Yep.
What are we looking at here?
That's the front of my building. The inside of my building looks nothing like the outside of my building.
Mr. Brooks, is there anything that I have forgotten to ask you that you think needs to be said today?
I don't know. I've thought about it a lot, heard a lot of testimony. I do think you need real testimony, and I was concerned maybe getting one side of it. I know this for a fact. I have driven that road over 43,000 times since I've been in Zebulon. It's an average of 4 times a day since 1997. That's probably a low estimate because I live at that shop. I'm there on Saturday, I'm there on Sundays. I go in and out of that building multiple times a day. I can assure you, for a fact, the traffic in front of that facility.
Yeah, I'll object.
Yeah.
I'm not qualified to testify as to traffic
I agree.
safety.
Unless he's qualified as a traffic engineer, I think testimony about traffic would not be appropriate.
Mr. Attorney, I mean, I don't know about the number that he could testify to, but I think he testified as general knowledge whether or not the traffic is increased or decreased.
I mean, he can testify to a lay opinion, but I don't think he can say it's going to have an impact on the amount of traffic. I mean, that is one of the areas that requires expert testimony is traffic impact.
And I will concede that point, but I would like to ask him if the traffic has increased or decreased in the last 40 years.
That's fine.
Increased or decreased in the last 40 years?
It has increased.
Mr. Brooks, for leaving from the lot that has been scheduled for the special use permit, before we talked about the gradient, and the traffic engineer, I think his saying was he didn't really know. Can you tell us about the gradient? Is it uphill or downhill from there?
So you leave my facility as downhill to the right.
Okay, trucks leaving from that facility next door to yours would be going which direction, uphill or downhill?
Whichever way they decide to go. I don't know that we can guarantee that. If they go to the left, they're going uphill. If they're going to the right, they're going downhill.
But isn't it true that there's a creek right there in the middle of their place?
On the right-hand side, there is, yes.
Okay. Mr. Brooks, did you download these NCDOT maps?
I did.
The same ones that we asked the traffic expert to attest to and to testify with?
They are.
And are they true and accurate to the best of your representation?
To the best of my knowledge, they are.
Would you like the board to have a chance to look at these?
Sure.
I'm going to ask whether they're a true representation of what?
That's a fair question.
Are they a true and fair representation of the online ncdot.public portal?
Yes.
Show the average, what's the AADT, average?
Annual average daily traffic.
Annual average daily traffic. You know better than I do. And would you like the board to see those?
Again, he's not a traffic engineer.
He's not testifying about traffic, though. He's saying that he printed these out from DOT. You can submit them to the board for what they're worth.
These are just individual copies, correct?
Copies, yes, two individual copies.
Okay, I think we're in the same position, Madam Mayor. We only have one copy of each document.
Another recess, we'll take those, we'll take them, you can just pass it now.
What we can do is include them in the record, make copies after we close, and make sure y'all get copies as well.
I'll need a copy and I'll object to until I get a copy.
Yeah, I understand. We'll get you a copy.
Thank you, please proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. And you found these online on the NCDOT website? And that website is actually printed on that form?
Yeah, I think it is.
Well, this is information that their expert couldn't find or didn't produce. Is that correct?
He didn't say he used the current data, and it was easily available.
And what do you think that data says?
I believe it says the traffic has increased, and that
he's not an expert as to traffic.
Agree. Yeah, him interpreting the data would be testifying about
I understand.
traffic.
I will submit it for illustrative and let the board decide how to weigh it as the way they want to.
Okay.
Is there anything else you want to testify to before we step down? Yes, sir.
I always thought I was in the right place. It's zoned light industrial. That's what we are. We're inside. We're clean. I've been there since '97. It was testified that the asphalt plant is a heavy industrial facility. My business and that business does not belong together. Two polar opposites of what we produce. There's nothing common about what we produce. Nothing about my product comes anywhere close to being similar. Made the same stuff, packaged the same, nothing what we do mimics the product. We don't use the same type of materials. And for their information, we don't need an air quality permit. They do. I realize that piece of property that they're asking is light industrial. Like for it to stay light industrial. Like for a appropriate business to be able to be put on that piece of property. I'm not against growth. But I truly believe the impacts will be extremely negative to my business.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Madam Mayor.
Excuse me? Thank you.
Board, any questions from you?
Are there any questions from the board? Commissioner Roa?
No, he answered the question at the end about you don't need an air quality permit?
No, sir.
Okay.
Commissioner Davis?
No questions.
Commissioner Baxter?
I don't have any, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No question this time, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Or do we have any questions from any other parties?
Yes, I'll have some questions. I'd like to have at least the exhibit that was just.
Yeah, that's fair. We probably should take a quick break so he can have a copy while he asks his questions.
Those to him. We'll give you those while you can look at them, and we'll make copies of them.
These the same thing or these two different things?
I thought they were
Two different things.
They are they two separate
They are
documents?
two separate documents. One is from the east, one is from the west.
Good evening, sir. Jeff Rother for the applicant. Brooks Machine, what's the legal entity for that that operates from that location?
Brooks Machine Design Incorporated.
I'm just going to refer to that Brooks Machine. Is that okay?
That's fine.
All right. Brooks Machine, as I understand it, manufactures machines used by other industries. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So, for example, you build Brooks Machine builds machines for the food industry, correct?
Do.
Okay. That food that is manufactured by your customers is manufactured at their locations, right?
It is.
Okay. So when we see the videos that you're playing with folks with nets on their heads and the clean suits, that's not inside your facility, right?
That one was not. That was in their facility.
Okay, that's your customer's facility.
It was.
Okay. How much food eaten by the general public is manufactured inside your facility?
None.
So if I understand it correctly, you build the machines that your customers use in other locations to build food.
I do.
Okay. Is that the same for pharmaceutical products?
It is.
Okay. So you build the machines that pharmaceutical companies use off-site to manufacture pharmaceuticals, correct?
Correct.
There's no pharmaceuticals being manufactured in your facility in Zebulon, right? There are no medicines being manufactured in your facility in Zebulon.
Manufactured in my facility, no.
So the videos that we saw about manufacturing the Hershey Kisses, I guess maybe I could say that, that's what they looked like. That was happening somewhere else, right?
Yes.
Okay. The folks in your facility don't wear hairnets?
No.
They're not in clean suits?
No.
It's not a clean facility, designated as a clean facility?
Not a designated clean room facility, no.
What does Brooks Machine do to monitor air pollutants near the facility on a day-to-day basis?
We don't have to right now. We clean our equipment the best that we can.
Okay, so in the years that you've been there, you haven't monitored the air pollutants in the air to determine whether there's an impact on the facility, right?
Nope.
Okay. Haven't had to do that? Hasn't been a concern for you?
Everything from we sent back to the manufacturer has come up clean. They
Okay.
do swab test.
Brooks Machine uses flammable products within its facility?
Not sure. All of our greases, our oils are food grade. All of our coolants are water soluble. All of our cleaners are probably 90% water.
Okay.
I don't know, when you say flammable stuff, I mean, we have shop towels or clean rags that the pharmaceutical industry uses that we use to wipe down our equipment. We do use IPA, isopropyl alcohol, to clean our equipment.
Do you paint in the facility?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you use parts cleaning?
No, sir.
There's no.
We use a parts cleaner. It is a water-soluble citric product.
What's the name of it?
Citrus Surf.
Do you have a large yellow cabinet in your facility that's marked flammable?
We do.
Okay, what do you store in that?
We do. We do have, we have some layout chemical in our machinists use in the machining side of it. Our building is separated in two halves. We have an assembly half, and we have a machining half.
May I approach the witness?
Yes. Thank you.
I don't know where you got these pictures. I don't know if anybody's signed it yet either. These pictures are obviously from inside Mr. Brooks' place, and I don't know if Mr. Brooks knows how.
Did they get these?
I can lay a foundation.
I'm not worried about foundation. I'm worried about.
Mr. Brooks, is this a photograph from Brooks Machine's Facebook page?
Maybe a while back, it could be, yes.
Okay. I understand. I didn't know where it came from.
Thank you.
Brooks Machine's Facebook page.
It just shows a flammable cabinet.
Okay. I'll introduce the exhibit into evidence.
Okay. Do you have copies or do we?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Brooks, have you investigated the chemical composition of the materials you store in that flammable marked cabinet?
All MSDS sheets.
What was that?
Mayor,
Moment, please.
I can't understand. I didn't hear what he
I
first
asked if
started
he's
to.
investigated the chemical composition of the materials that
Okay, thank
are
you.
in the cabinet that's marked flammable.
Thank you. Proceed,
We
please.
typically have all MSDS sheets on what we keep.
May I approach once again the witness? Brooks, I just handed you another photograph. Is that a photograph from Brooks Machine's
It
Facebook
is.
page?
It is.
And that's a photograph from inside the Brooks Machine facility in Zebulon?
It is.
Okay, I'll introduce the photograph and evidence.
Good with that? This is several years old.
Okay, so the two photographs I gave you are photographs from actually inside the facility, right?
They were, yes.
Okay, and the videos with the hair nets and the clean suits, that's not inside your facility, right?
No.
Okay. On the photograph, there's a yellow pole with two red boxes on each side.
I see that.
What is that?
Light curtain? What's that? A light curtain.
Oh, a light?
There's two poles.
On the,
That's what those poles were. There's a pole with a yellow light curtain on it.
may I ask, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm asking these red boxes here on the yellow pole.
That red box there?
Yeah, those red boxes there on the right-hand side.
That was an old cleaning tank that we had.
I'm sorry, what was it, sir?
An old cleaning tank that we had.
Cleaning tank for what?
For whatever we needed cleaning. It was a solid tank.
Using metal cleaners?
It was at that time, yes.
Okay. And that was something that was maintained in your facility for a number of years?
No, not for a number of years. This is an extremely old photograph. Well, I should say old. Is it at least 5 years old? 4 years old? How old is that?
All right, so if I understand you correctly, your concern is that your Brooks Machine is going to lose business as a result of an asphalt plant next door. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that loss would be by the Brooks Machine entity that you referred to previously. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the land that's operating there, that it operates, is owned by you and your wife individually,
It
right?
is.
Okay, it's not owned by Brooks Machine.
No.
And you're concerned about losing business, you're not sure whether that's actually going to happen or not. Is that
I'm
true?
extremely concerned over it, yes.
If I have 1 minute, I'm just going to confer with my colleagues about that other exhibit. That may be all I have.
Yes, please.
The box, the samples.
Mine up. I am.
I'm good.
Hang on one sec while we gather
I'm
these.
sorry, one moment, we're just collecting
Oh.
those of us who want to return our samples. Thank you, please proceed.
The chemicals and the cleaners used at your facility, are those allowed? Do you know whether they're allowed in the food grade facilities or the pharmaceutical manufacturing facilities that your customers maintain?
No.
They wouldn't be allowed in those, right? Okay, so there are things in your facility that cannot be in your customer's facility, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you subject to any ISO standards for your facility?
No, we're not ISO certified.
Do you know, what is ISO?
It's the international standard.
Okay, and so your location is not subject or approved for any ISO standards?
Nope.
Okay. traffic exhibits that you gave to the
Yes.
board, you printed these from the internet, right?
Yes.
Do you know anything about the data on these exhibits beyond what you read on the documents?
No.
Whether the numbers were adjusted or checked or reviewed or anything like that? Do you know?
Strictly off of the website.
That's all I have.
Session. Quickly. I understand time was of the essence. These two photos? Is either one of them current? No, sir. Either one of them have any bearing on whether or not you want an asphalt plant planted next to your place?
No, sir.
All right. At this time, do you have anything else to tell the board?
No, sir.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to call Robert Lee.
Thank you, board.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Name
Thank
is
you.
Robert Lee.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, what do you do?
I'm an independent sales rep for manufacturers all throughout the Southeast.
An independent sales rep.
I've been servicing the manufacturing industry through sales and service since 1984.
You familiar with Mr. Brooks?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with his equipment and his facility?
Yes, I am.
What, if anything, do you have involvement with his facility?
In the last 7 years, I've brought my customers in the manufacturing industry to Brooks Machine and Design, and in those 7 years, we've conducted over $15 million in revenue.
And that's
on
right.
the books, sold, completed, paid for.
Zebulon.
Right here in Zebulon.
And where do those machine products go?
They go to our customers' facilities. My territory, I've stuck to the southeastern United States, but we ship product. Brooks, I'm not a we. Brooks ships products I'm aware of all over the country.
Do you sell for other manufacturers too?
Yes, I do.
All right. If this asphalt plant goes through, do you have intentions as of your involvement with Mr. Brooks?
The relationship will definitely change.
Change.
I will no longer be bringing pharmaceutical and food customers to the facility.
And why is that?
Because that's my livelihood. I count on first impressions are unmistakable. There are no other chances to make a first impression. And if there's an asphalt plant there, I'm sorry, Reggie, I'm just not going to bring my income to smell TAPs, to smell like asphalt, to say that their stuff that's going in different variety of clean rooms will be manufactured in a facility that you can smell and obviously see. It just wouldn't appear clean. So no, I'm not bringing them.
Is your opinion that would affect his income?
I know this fall we have a $5 million opportunity at a new pharmaceutical plant that's being formed in Holly Springs. It is an end-of-the-line packaging system. I will not bring that opportunity to Brooks Machine and Design if there's an asphalt plant.
And will that affect the property value of his machine shop on that piece of property?
I'm not an expert to say that, but what I am an expert to say is I will definitely affect his revenue if there's an asphalt plant beside him.
He didn't testify to the property value, so.
Sure didn't.
You got anything else you want to tell this fine group of folks?
Yeah, you got one special facility located in Zebulon, North Carolina. We service the candy business. We service the food business. We service drugs that you shoot in your eyes, that you shoot in your body. It has to be clean. I'm not willing to take my customers that I could end up, one of my customers produces body fluid that you inject, imaging fluid. I wouldn't want imaging fluid that came from a machine that was built, designed, and tested and verified beside an asphalt plant. where I could smell the asphalt. It's my expert testimony as a salesman of bringing very nice.
To the witness.
Thank you. Any questions from you all for this witness? Okay, one moment. One moment. Any questions from the board?
No.
Commissioner Baxter.
In your role as a sales rep for the manufacturing industry, are there other instances where you are trying to broker sales for a like facility that is next to any other asphalt plants?
Commissioner Davis.
No questions, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No question this time, Madam Mayor. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. Any questions from our?
Evening, sir. Thanks for your time today. I didn't catch, what company do you work for?
I work for myself. I'm an independent sales rep.
Okay. So if I understand it correctly, you have customers that purchase machines from companies like Brooks Machine, right?
Yes.
So you're almost like a middleman between a manufacturer and a purchaser? Exactly. Okay. So you purchase equipment from a manufacturer and sell it to an end user, is that right?
No, I work on
commission.
I work on a commission or referral basis. Yes.
Okay. And you work with other manufacturers beyond just Brooks Machine, is that right? Yes. Okay. And how many different manufacturers do you work with?
3.
And do any of those other manufacturers have industrial uses nearby?
They don't have any asphalts nearby. They don't have any smell that I can smell when I get out of my car or my truck and take my customers with me.
Are there other industrial uses nearby those other manufacturers?
Yeah, there's buildings nearby. I don't know what they do, but yes.
Okay,
They're
you haven't
in an
investigated
industrial
it?
park. No.
Okay, so you haven't investigated one way or the other what industrial uses are nearby your other manufacturers?
Other than what I can see in the parking lot and visitor spaces and where I carry my customers.
Okay. In your sales process, do you test the machinery before it gets to your customer for contaminants or anything like that?
No.
Does your customer do that?
Requirements for every product. The pharmaceutical industry especially will hand us 100-page documents that we have to follow just line by line by line by line, which in turn they come in almost for weeks at a time to run their tests, where they'll test a wire where it starts and where it ends. Every wire on the machine. Sometimes there's thousands of wires. So you can see why we wouldn't want to bring customers for weeks at a time to smell asphalt right next door that's 200 feet beside it.
So there's lists of requirements and specs, hundreds of pages long for the end buyers, right? Mm-hmm. Any of those say you can't be located near an asphalt plant?
A clean environment.
As far as testing that for contaminants for machines that are leaving the facility, you're not aware of any?
We make testing equipment sometimes. So sometimes we test for particulates. So it's all independently. It just depends on what the project is.
Okay. Any further?
Rehabilitation? Thank you. Mr. Lee, you're a middleman who hooks up a buyer and a seller, correct?
Correct.
And the seller in this place would be Mr. Brooks? Yes. And the same Mr. Brooks sitting here with his wife over in the corner?
Yes.
Who owns the business, who also owns the property?
Yes.
And that property is set up for a specific purpose of,
The property set up to build, to design, build, and install manufacturing equipment.
and are you saying that if the asphalt plant is located next door, that you're not going to purchase from him anymore?
Correct.
Have an adverse effect on him and his business and his property?
It will, but I'm telling the board, the concern is as much as I like Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to risk bringing my customers to a place in Zebulon that has an asphalt plant beside it.
And do you know how many workers or employees are at Mr. Brooks' place, his machine shop?
And it said 30 plus.
And were you here the last time when the testimony was how many workers, how many jobs to be made at the asphalt plant?
7 or 8.
Machine today?
Am I doing business with Brooks?
Are you doing
Machine?
doing business with Brooks Machine currently?
Yes, I am.
Okay. When's the last time you brought a customer to their facility?
Yesterday? No, last week. They were there on Thursday.
All right.
Looking at a $2 million pharmaceutical equipment piece of machinery that's on the floor currently.
So you feel comfortable bringing new customers and introducing them to Brooks Machine today, right?
I do currently, yes.
Okay. And you understand that an asphalt plant was approved down the street already, right?
There's not an asphalt plant there.
Okay. But are you going to stop bringing customers to Brooks Machine once that opens up?
Directly beside them. I don't know. I hadn't crossed that bridge yet. This is about your facility.
Okay. So our facility, no customers. That
Facility is
all
150 feet. I park within 5 feet of your facility every day. I park at that spot. Much different application.
So if I understand you correctly, you're going to continue to do business with Brooks Machine even though you know that there's a facility that opened up down the street?
I don't know that. Haven't seen one there. It doesn't affect the current customer today. It's not even under construction.
Nothing further.
No more questions?
Say this as a
Thank you.
as a sales expert.
I'm sorry. 1 second. Were you going to say something, Mr. Swain?
I'm on whatever he's got to close with is fine with me.
I see the points that were made out of the 6. I have nothing to do with any of those other than I do know that number 3, his business will be affected if an asphalt plant is built beside him, Ms. Mayor. Thank you.
Call, is it Vinay Shakarani?
Mayor, could we please have the witness spell their name?
Hi.
Vinay Sakwani, I've been sworn in.
I'm sorry. What'd you say, Dan?
Spell your name, please.
Spell your name, please.
Vinay, V-I-N-A-Y. Last name Sakrani, S-A-K-H-R-A-N-I.
Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. May I call you Vinay?
Yes, please.
That's much easier for me to say, I'm sorry. Vinay, how do you know Mr. Brooks?
I'm actually the founder and CEO of a company in Raleigh, North Carolina. And it's Tribal Film Research. It was a company that I founded with my professor from North Carolina State University. We are a group of material science, chemical engineers. We have certain technologies that we developed when I went to grad school at NC State, focused more in the medical device space. So obviously we understand materials, we understand different technologies that we have developed, but we are no experts in automation. And that's where we came to Reggie Brooks and his team at BMD. And we essentially showed them a concept. Okay, this is what we want, this is what we want to do with these materials. We would like to take this from this proof of concept to a commercially viable process.
Excuse me,
And
Madam
that's-
Mayor, if you could, sir.
Oh, sorry.
I can't hear you at all.
Sorry.
You'll have to hold it closer to your face. Sure. You're taller.
And so we brought a concept over to Reggie and his team, and we basically asked them if they could take this proof of concept that we have developed into a commercially viable process. And that's how the relationship started with his group. And we've had a pretty successful relationship dating back to 2017, 2018, when we started working with them.
And what is your business now with Mr. Brooks?
We are a medical device manufacturer. One of the videos that was shown here, the syringe that is used for ophthalmology is actually our product. And Reggie's group has actually built our first production line, which is currently operational at our facility. Our business has grown in the last 2 or 3 years, where we've had a need for a second production line, and that is the improved line that the machine currently is being built at their facility. It's not yet delivered to us, but it's almost at 90% completion at the moment.
If a asphalt plant, I'm going to ask you the magic question. If they make an asphalt plant next door, is anything that you do going to change?
It will. This will be a little lengthy answer, but so we have customers as well. Our customers are pharmaceutical companies. These are Fortune 500, Fortune 50 companies that, since we are the company that actually makes the medical devices, we do not work with the pharmaceutical or the drug product that goes into our devices. We have to get buy-in from our customers. One of the relationships that we have developed with Brooks Engineering or Brooks Machine and Design is it's an open door policy. We bring our customers to Brooks, not necessarily to make the sale, but for them to trust us that the machine that is being built by Brooks is something that they will be able to use, and they will be able to trust their pharmaceutical products in our devices. So the way our industry works is just the perception of risk being there can affect our business and their business as well. We would not feel comfortable bringing our pharmaceutical company customers into their facility where there would be a risk for particulate contamination. And the reason why particulate contamination is so important is we make devices that inject pharmaceutical products inside the eye. These are not simply eye drops that you're putting into the eye. This is a needle actually will go inside the eye and deliver the drug product inside the eye. The problem with the eye is any particulate contamination that can go inside the eye will stay inside. It's not a part of the body that is going to flush out this particular contaminant. I understand the testimony before was given that, yes, the machines will be delivered to us, we would go through multiple cleaning processes, et cetera, but just the perception of the risk that is there of the contaminants that would be present is something that can affect the business tremendously. We would not feel comfortable bringing our business to a facility that would be next door to a facility that would be generating all these contaminants.
Do you think that would be a disruption to his business?
I believe so. Let's put it this way. He provides a great service as far as great concepts in terms of automation, but there are many other companies. And they may not be in North Carolina, they may not be very convenient, but if given a choice for a company like ours to choose an automation house to build a machine, we would not be willing to take a risk to go down this path when there are other alternatives. Let's put it that way.
Is there anything I should have asked you that you feel like I should have asked you that I haven't, that you'd like to tell the board?
So in our industry, because we are regulated by the FDA, we can have surprise audits at any time. We're talking about our facility. Because we are an ISO certified facility, we work under ISO 13485, we get certified. We have to also be prepared that our vendors have an open door policy that they can be audited by the same regulatory facility. Now, they won't go through the same strict audits that we would, but if the FDA comes to our facility to audit us, we have to have the ability to let them know that these are our high-risk vendors. Brooks ends up being one of them because they're such close partners, that they would be also open to an audit by the FDA at some point. And having a facility like an asphalt facility next door may or may not be looked at very positively by these regulators.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Commissioner Rolla?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Commissioner Baxter?
So as a material scientist that is in the medical device manufacturing realm, you're saying that part of what you do with your product, which is the syringes, is that you will bring on occasion, or you have brought the actual pharmaceutical manufacturer to the device manufacturer?
We are the device manufacturer, right?
I'm sorry,
But we have
to
brought
the
to Brooks Machine, yes.
Yeah, to Brooks Machine.
So these machines take a long time to make. So for example, the video that you saw, it's that machine would probably take about 14 to 18 months to build, from all the way from conceptual design to the point where we go through a factory acceptance test, let's put it that way. So when we are doing a factory acceptance test at Brooks Machine, so this machine is 100% built, it's going to be running for X number of hours nonstop. Our customers who are going to pay our bills, paying millions of dollars for our product, they want to see that machine working according to the standards that they expect. They absolutely will request that, hey, we want to go and see the machine where it is being built, and we can't say no. And we have brought our customers to Brooks on several occasions.
Thank you, Commissioner Baxter. Commissioner Davis?
No questions, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions at time, Madam Mayor. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. Questions from the other attorneys?
Good evening, sir. Thanks for your time today. Your company's regulated by the FDA, right? All right. FDA's government agency sets the rules on what's safe. Is that right? And you think it's important to follow those rules to make sure that the production of the components that you make is safe to the public, right?
Yes.
All right. And you understand that it's not just your company that's regulated by a government agency. There are other types of industries that are also regulated by government agencies for safety, right?
Sure.
All right. So, for example, an asphalt plant's regulated by the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality with regard to air permits, right? And the NCDEQ determines what safe levels are for emissions in the air, right?
But there may be different regulations for heavy industrial versus light industrial. Now, I'm not an expert on that, but I can probably say that the regulation may be different.
All right. Those FDA regulations, do they have anything to do with whether a machine is produced close to an asphalt plant? Is there anything like that in the FDA regulations you're aware of?
They won't specifically state that, but they will definitely have certain requirements of the cleanliness of the machine that is being built.
Part of that process, we assume the government's going to investigate and clear anything that's safe, or not clear anything that's unsafe. Is that right?
Let's put it this way: if if they come to our facility and they find something that does not meet their standards, they can shut us down.
It's important to meet the standards, right? Yeah. Okay. I understand your testimony correctly that your testimony is that if there's an asphalt plant next door to Brooks Machine, then you'll have concern about bringing customers to that location because of a perception risk that your customers might have. Is that fair?
Yes, to a certain extent, but the reason why I'm saying is that we don't get that many opportunities when we are dealing with such companies like these. Would I rather take a risk of bringing my customer to a facility like that? Or if I have a choice, I go somewhere else.
Do you plan to go somewhere else for a machine?
Well, right now, the big project that Brooks Machine and Design is working on is nearing completion. So I hope that your asphalt plant won't be in existence for the next 6 months to 8 months. That's our current project, but our company is in a growth trajectory. I mean, we are in ophthalmology right now. We're going to do dermatology next. We definitely have trust enough with the team at Brooks Engineering, and they understand our technology well, that we hope that it would be a long-term relationship.
There's an asphalt plant constructed next door. Do you know whether there will be particulate contaminants or safe or unsafe at Brooks Machine? Do you know one way or the other what the condition there is going to be like?
I cannot say 100% for sure right now.
So you don't know what the smell or the contamination levels or what the condition may be at the facility if there's an asphalt plant next door, right?
I can't answer that right now.
But your testimony is based on a risk of perception of what other people might think, right? Okay, nothing further.
Rehabilitation, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Dr. Vinay, I'm sorry, I apologize. I did not realize that you were the materials engineer professor over at NC State. But I actually think that probably outranks a lot of other folks in this room. Madam Senior Attorney, Mr. Hartzog, Madam Mayor, I would tender him as an expert for the simple reason that he is a professor at NC State in materials engineering and would know about the materials that we're talking about and how they'd be affected by the smell of the asphalt plant.
An expert as to what?
That as a materials engineer that would know how the asphalt plant would affect the materials being made.
He just testified that he has no idea one way or the other as to what the condition is going to be at the site.
Regardless of the objection, Madam Mayor, I would still honor him as an expert.
Can
and
he
allow
provide
the chief
some
mayor
background as to his expertise in that area? If he could provide some background in his expertise in that area.
Well, in our case, I'm assuming the contaminants would be either heavy hydrocarbons or there would be particulate contamination based on what we've heard as rocks or whatever, that there would be airborne particulates. We deal with particulate matter that are 5 microns or lower that go into the devices that can actually get injected into the body or the eye. And that is something that would be of significant concern.
Let's try this. What is your educational background?
I have a master's in material science.
And you're a professor where?
I'm not a professor. I'm not. So I'm the CEO at the company at Tribal Film Research and subsidiary Stake Clear Inc. So.
All right. Do you consider yourself an expert in that field?
In organic chemistry, yes.
Okay. Met him as an expert in organic chemistry.
That's fair.
But it's not fair because he hasn't testified to anything as to organic chemistry. He testified as to his risk and perception risk of what his customers might think.
He's tendering as an expert in the field that he's in. If he has questions in that arena, I think that's fair.
In the field of organic chemistry, are there volatile organic compounds that concern you that may permeate Mr. Brooks' facility?
Yes, certainly.
And does that bother you? Madam Mayor, I tender the witness.
You do need to speak into a microphone, sorry.
So were you here at the hearing 2 weeks ago?
I'm sorry.
Were you here when this hearing started 2 weeks ago?
No.
Okay, so you missed the testimony from Dr. Zemba?
Today is my first day here.
Okay, do you know the concept of ambient levels?
I can understand by the terminology, yes.
Okay, so you missed his testimony about what the ambient levels of certain compounds will be in the air from the proposed asphalt facility. Is that right?
I was not present.
All right. Have you done any investigation as to what the compounds are that are emitted from an asphalt plant?
No.
Okay. Is that part of your professional expertise?
No.
Okay. I object to him being accepted as an expert on emissions from an asphalt plant. It has nothing to do with his testimony.
I think that's not what he was tendered as, but I think given the testimony, that probably...
He was tendered as an expert as to perception. That was the only thing he testified about.
Well, I think what we landed on, how did you end up admitting I was an expert in...
Science and materials involved in the production. So.
But he testified he doesn't have expertise in the field of asphalt emissions, so I think it may not be relevant for our purposes today.
Do you have any professional experience into the materials generated in an asphalt plant?
I do not.
Do you have any experience in materials generated in Mr. Brooks' facility?
In terms of the materials that they are using, now
Yes.
we do have specifications that we provide them that these are the materials that would be used
Okay.
in the manufacturing of the machines, and they have to abide by those strict guidelines.
And I would ask that the board weigh that accordingly.
The board can give it the weight that it is due.
White.
One moment, Commissioner Baxter.
So you have testified that you would consider yourself an expert in chemistry? Okay. And so as such, you're familiar with some of the toxic compounds, or you weren't here. Do you need a list of the of the compounds? I don't know if someone can provide that, but for example, you're familiar with benzene?
Yes.
Okay, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Lastly, Madam Mayor, I'm going to call Roy White.
Hi, Roy White. I'm VPGM at Brooks Machine, and I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
Mr. White, have you prepared a CD that is available for tonight's hearing?
Yes, I have.
Mr. Clerk, I brought 3 CDs, one to pass around, one for the record, one for the council.
I'm not sure what the attorney has just said. I believe he's talking about CVs, but he didn't say it into the microphone and I couldn't hear him, so could you please ask him to repeat?
I'm sorry. Let me back up. I'm so sorry. Once again, I got in trouble.
You just won't speak into that microphone now, will you? Can you
That's it.
please tell us what we're receiving now?
Yes, you're receiving the CV of Mr. Roy White.
Oh, okay. Thank you. We'll just...
Mr. White, what is your educational background?
I have a BS in Materials Science from Carnegie Mellon and an Engineering Master's and an MBA from University of Florida.
Florida. And what do you do, sir?
Currently, I'm VPGM at Brooks Machine and Design.
Go through your work history of your experience and tell us what you've done to get to this level, please.
Sure. While at Carnegie Mellon, I started as a co-op with Intel Corporation, did several rotations there through different areas, including thin films, diffusion, multiple other things, and the making of computer chips. After I graduated, I joined Intel full-time, was there for about 10 years, working as a process engineer in charge of microcontamination, particle control, and yield, along with teaching SPC, which is statistical process control, and response flow checklists and root cause analysis and things like that. I was also on their emergency response team for any kind of exposures.
Are you knowledgeable on particulate matter as how it was applied to a clean room or microchips?
Absolutely, yes.
Explain that to us, please.
So a computer chip is manufactured using a process called photolithography, which starts with a photomask, which is, you can imagine it is kind of like the master pattern. It's shooting the circuit onto the silicon wafer optically. And so if there's any particle or contamination on the photomask, it transfers into the chip and makes a bad chip. Similarly, in the fabrication process of the chip, you can also get a contaminant that causes a short or an open in the circuit itself.
Now, is this anything like what you do with the Brooks Machine Company?
There's analogous things, as kind of Vinay alluded to. We have some cleanliness protocols that we have to follow in pharmaceuticals so that we don't have any kind of actuators over a product that could cause a particle. We don't have any kind of a paint or anything like that that can flake. We can't use carbon steel because it will cause rust and cause particles. We have to use a special tool set. There's a lot of requirements in GMP for pharmaceutical in order to make our products correctly.
All right. So you're an expert in what tonight? I'm kind of getting tired here.
In my time in semiconductors, I prepared 49 papers peer-reviewed on particles, contamination, yield, and microcontamination in general.
Microcontamination.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about microcontamination as it applies to Brooks Machine Shop and the potential of a asphalt plant next door.
Sure. So from the testimony that I saw 2 weeks ago, they are putting out, TAPs into the air. We talked a lot about the dust, which is less of a concern from their trucks. Yes, it can get into our property, but more concerning is the things that are unintentional emissions in the smaller sizes, micron sizes, uncontrollable sizes. Those particles don't travel 100 or 200 feet. Those particles travel miles if the conditions are correct. Depends on the cross-section, the humidity, the size of the particle, and other issues. But they can and do travel long distances. They will be in our facility.
And humidity, North Carolina ranks what with humidity? You're from Silicon Valley, right? So
yeah, Silicon Valley was where I did a lot of the work there. In semiconductors, it's definitely more humid here.
And humidity plays a role on how far
it'll
these
make the particles more buoyant.
Anything else you want to tell the place? Tell the board.
Yeah. While this isn't a general public health concern, this could be a specific health concern is my issue. As the VPGM, I'm responsible for certifying that we're going to meet the contracts that were given. So I had to sign Vinay's contract saying, yes, we're going to manufacture it like this. And those often have a rate requirement, 300 a minute. They have cleanliness requirements. And given that there's an asphalt plant next door, I'm very likely to be asked, will there be any impact from this asphalt plant being next to you? Given my experience in microcontamination, where I've seen contamination from a horse racing track 1.5 miles away lead to defects inside of a multi-billion-dollar HEPA-filtered semiconductor factory, I can't say in good conscience that there will be no impact. In fact, their own expert witness said the same thing. Dr. Zelda said in the last meeting, there will be some impact. There's always some impact. And like Vinay said, we're operating under perceptions in the pharmaceutical world.
And you said you're the VP at Brooks?
Yes.
And as the VP, will that have specific disruptions to your business?
I'm sorry, could you
Will
repeat?
your business be disrupted if you have microcontaminants?
Yes, our business will be disrupted, at least in the fact of having to answer questions, and most probably in the loss of business.
And your business in this facility is set up to do a very specific thing that would have to change if it was going to make the same income doing something else.
Yes, absolutely.
Mayor, I tender the witness.
Any questions from the board? Commissioner Baxter?
So when you talk about unintentional emissions, which we've heard will be something that is likely to occur just with the taps that hit the air. And when we hear about your expertise with microparticulates, are you saying that your concern is that the unintentional emissions and the potential for the microparticulates are going to affect the machines and the way that they're produced, and that there will be potential contamination of the machines? Or are you saying that you're very familiar, I don't want to put words in your mouth, with microparticulates and emissions, and that you feel that the perceptions in the manufacturing industry might be negative and therefore affect Brooks Manufacturing?
I would argue it's probably both. It is a perception-based safety, right? If they come in and they smell things that aren't consistent with pharmaceutical, they may feel unsafe generating their business there. But more specifically, as a contamination person, what I'm concerned about is there are certain areas of machines we can't wipe down after we build them. So for instance, on the machine you just heard about with the injection into the human eye, those are plasma treatments that are going on with a special process inside of a ceramic, inside of a tube with a ceramic rod, and that rod is extremely fragile. We can't go in and wipe it down after build. So if there's any of the, by their own air quality permit, tons or fractions of tons of these things in the air, if any of them get there, it could be a potential problem.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Roa?
Yes, sir. Their expert witness, Mr. Hill, gave a testimony that visible dirt would be seen up to 200 feet away from the site, and the particulates would be up to 300 feet away. How far is your facility from this facility?
From their testimony, I think they said we were 135 feet to the property line from where their processing is.
Commissioner Davis?
No questions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No question this time, Madam Mayor. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. Any questions from council? If you say that one more time. I know.
Again, Jeffrey Rother for the applicant. Mr. White, thanks for your time today. You testified about semiconductors and clean rooms. None of that happens in the Brooks Machine facility in Zebulon, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You said you're not concerned about any impact due to dust at the facilities. Did I hear that correctly?
I said I'm less concerned.
Okay. Now, if I understood, your primary concern was particulates from emissions. Is that correct?
Yes, submicron particulate from
So
emissions.
those particulates can travel miles, right?
They can.
All right, so you could be getting particulates from facilities that are located miles away from your site at Brooks Machine, right?
It is feasible, but we'll go with the law of squares. Square
Okay.
the distance away.
Okay, and have you implemented, you've been at Brooks Machine for a little less than 3 years now?
Yes.
Okay, have you implemented any testing or air emissions testing at the site to make sure that the air standards are where you need it for manufacturing at the facility?
No, we have not. We have not had a specific concern.
Not until this hearing have you been concerned about it, is that right?
Yes, when an asphalt plant is discussed next door, it generates a concern.
Okay, and if I understood your testimony, the impact that you foresee are two things: receiving questions from customers and loss of business. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And
Primarily the latter.
you get those questions today, right? Customers ask you questions all the time, right?
Yes, customers ask questions all the time.
Okay. Whether there's an asphalt plant there or not, you're going to get questions, right?
True. If there's an asphalt plant, I will have to get very educated on asphalt plants to make any arguments I got to make.
All right. And the potential loss of business, you're talking about the testimony from the commission broker and potential end users about their concerns about the site. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
All right. So your concern is that customers are going to get concerned too?
Absolutely.
Further.
Microparticulate, does that also affect people?
Of course it does, yes.
And would it possibly affect the people who are your employees?
Absolutely possible.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanted the board to know?
I think it's covered.
If I may briefly close. I will close as brief as I can. Madam Mayor, members of the board, Honorable Dan Hartzog, it is a pleasure. It's been a wonderful meeting with y'all this evening.
I'm going to ask is if the evidence is finished from his client, because I still have a standing objection. He can't, if the evidence is closed, he can't make closing argument.
Okay.
Your objection is that they haven't established special damages?
My objection is they haven't established special damages required to participate in this hearing. And I asked the board, the mayor, to rule on that objection as required by 160D 406. The standard is whether the party will suffer special damages as a result of the application of the decision. That's a standard that's set forth in 160D-406 and carried over from 160D-1402. The testimony that we received had nothing to do with any impacts on the property, number one, because Brooks Machine doesn't own the property. We heard testimony about impacts of the business that operates from that property, which is independent from any damage to the land, which is the applicable standard for special damages. Number two, we didn't hear any testimony as to whether the use proposed will have any actual impact on the facility and what Brooks Machines does. We heard testimony about concerns. We heard Mr. Brooks's concerns. We heard concerns from a broker who said he's not going to do business from concerns. We heard from a customer who said he's going to be concerned. We heard from the general manager who said he's concerned. You can't prove damage by concerns, coupled on concerns, coupled on concerns. There's no testimony that the actual operation of the site will have any measurable impact. In fact, the testimony from our experts is that ambient air levels at the property will be safely within all accepted measures. So really, there's no evidence in the record establishing any damage to this property that would confer standing under the applicable standard.
So under 160D 406D, which I assume is the section you're relying on, it says the applicant, the local government, any person who would have standing to appeal the decision shall have the right to participate at the evidentiary hearing. Then it goes on to say other witnesses may present competent material substantial evidence that is not repetitive as allowed by the board. So I think even if they don't have standing, they're allowed to have come here and testified and understand.
The question is whether
your
Brooks
objection.
Machine has standing to allow counsel to provide closing argument as a
And
lawyer
I-
is participating in the case.
I think he would be allowed to present on behalf of his client who was a witness, whether he had standing or not. But I'll leave it to the board to determine if they have established some level of potential special damages that would give them the right to participate in the hearing.
Board?
I mean, what, yeah, is that a decision you want us to make? Because I would ask Matt, Director Lauer, when we have when we have an application, don't we make the applicant send out within 750 feet, we decide as a town that everyone in that range is going to be affected, so they need to be noticed of the application?
That's really a notice issue, not necessarily who has standing as someone with special damages. Special damages would just be that they will suffer an injury if this asphalt plant if this special use permit were allowed and the asphalt plant were built, that they would suffer some special damages. You know, I think I'll defer to the board on whether to hear from him. I think they have at least presented evidence that, you know, there's a witness testified that they will pull business. That would potentially constitute special damages. I think whether that counts as standing for an appeal ultimately would be determined by a court on appeal. But I think for our purposes today, my recommendation to the board would be allow him to give a closing statement.
Okay.
I am wondering, Mr. Swan, and I apologize for prolonging. The sales consultant, I'm sorry, I cannot remember your name. And Mr. Brooks, yes, is Mr. Brooks, how many sales consultants do you have or come to your company regularly? Is it just this one young man? No. Okay, and at what percentage do you feel like this young man, if you could come up, what percentage of business do you think he brings to your business?
While he's waiting, Madam Mayor,
Okay, did you say 30 or 40% of your business comes from this young man?
Probably in the 25% range.
Okay.
So
Okay, all right, I just wanted to, okay, thank you very much.
it is significant.
Absolutely, thank you. In that case, we will consider you all's evidence.
and
them as well.
before I go into closing, I kind of have my toes stepped on here, and I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I have one last thing to submit that I don't need a witness for because it's a violation of federal law that their side had never produced any evidence, and may I approach the clerk to publish to him?
Absolutely.
That,
No. I'm going to object to all of it, to hearsay, until I get to examine the evidence.
One moment, please.
We'll give you a copy of the evidence.
He's not under oath. He's not a witness.
Do we have copies of this?
does he?
I will give him an opportunity to review the materials. If he wants to,
he doesn't have a witness on it.
wants to submit something on behalf of his client, we'll take it into the record for what it's worth.
I'll object to all of it on the grounds that it's hearsay, there's no foundation, and he's not a witness that's been sworn in.
Objection noted, but it is yours, Mr. Clerk.
Just one copy.
Now may I close?
One moment.
So we accept this.
Yeah, well, it's going to be, anything introduced to the hearing becomes part of the record, and as we've talked about in our board training, the record can include things that are competent evidence, not competent evidence, anything that's submitted at the hearing. Now, the board may only consider competent evidence in the record when making a decision. So just because something is allowed in to be considered by the board doesn't necessarily mean it's competent evidence. We're accepting it in because it's part of the record. I'm not even sure what this is, but we'll hear from him.
I saw the front page without having a chance to read it, and to be fair, I'd like to know whether it's going to be in evidence, because I need to know whether.
I think we're gonna, we can put it in record, but we're not gonna consider that evidence.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely, please
Madam Mayor.
proceed.
Once again, thank you for having me and Judge Jones here today. We appreciated it. I'm sorry you had to step out. Mayor, the permanent case of whether or not a person has standing to object to a rudimentary change in the UDO, which would be a special use permit in this particular case, comes from the Court of Appeals, COA 15-155 from February 2016, the case of Lewis Cherry v. Gil Wisner et al. In the city of Raleigh. I would suggest that, and it'd be my postulate, you can make your own decision reading the case, that on page 13 of the opinion, as the case starts to quote, property owner does not have standing to challenge another's lawful use of her land merely on basis that such will reduce the value of her property. However, where the challenged land use is prohibited by a valid zoning ordinance, the owner of the adjoining or nearby lands who will sustain special damages from the proposed use through a reduction in the value of his own property does have standing to maintain an action to prevent the use. It goes on to outline everything that we've talked about here tonight, and that's what I would want the board to consider. If you'll continue on in that case, it goes in through example after example. This case is quoting Lloyd v. Town of Chapel Hill, which was in 1997, citing that special damages distinct from the rest of the community had to be demonstrated, and that Lloyd did not demonstrate it, but we have demonstrated here tonight that these special damages are distinct from the rest of the community in that they directly affect Brooks Machine Shop and the land owned by Mr. Brooks and his wife that has the machine shop on it. If you continue on, it cites case after case, but I would like to go back to the Sanchez case, and it says in there, the Sanchez, when decided on page 19, it says, because the respondent has failed to even allege, emphasis added allege, special damages, she is not an aggrieved party and therefore lacks standing to contest the committee's decision. It doesn't say prove special damages. We can't prove something that's not there. To require us to prove damages from an asphalt plant not built is to prove a negative. Everybody here, as an engineer, has taken logic, and we know you cannot prove a negative. To allow us to be shunned from the court, to be thrown back out saying you don't mind because you can't prove a negative is an injustice. To say that we have a plant down the road that has been manufactured and is working and it's identical, that's a fallacy. There is no plant down the road. There's a concrete plant, not an asphalt plant. It may have been approved for it, but there's not one there. It's the King's News close. To sit here and say we can't prove a negative and therefore we're left out in the cold is wrong, and we all know it. The burden is on them. They're experts that chose not to give you any information past 2023. They're experts that told you that the traffic didn't ever increase. Matter of fact, it decreased. They're experts that actually said, I wouldn't build an asphalt plant within 5 feet of a creek. They're experts that told us, if you smell it, there's something there floating around in the air. We've sat here. I have suffered humiliation in the last closing of how my objections and my questions were a fallacy at best. They were not. They were honest. They were contrite, maybe a little bit. But they were honest. You have alleged special damages. Mr. Brooks, we all understand, and we have heard evidence today, that if there is an asphalt plant built next door to your facility, there will be less business at your facility, which is going to hurt the property value, because now you would have to change that facility to do something else, or add filters, or do something that's going to cost you money. Once again, what have we seen? Just like earlier, the last meeting, we had a pretty picture of a typical asphalt plant. The typical asphalt plan, if everybody notices, is exactly as I said before. There's not even tire tracks on it. And denied it was theirs. It was a stock photo from the internet, I believe is what the man said. If your recollection is different, go with your recollection, but this is what I remember him saying. I remember Mr. Hill saying particles that do not go farther than 200 feet. How many times have we sat in the outfield of a baseball field and on a dry day and seen that dust devil tornado come up from home plate and come all the way out past the fence? That's more than 200 feet. To say it doesn't go more than 200 feet, that is a fallacy. "677 team members is what we're told over and over. And yet the testimony came out, there were only 4 people working at the plant. 4 people working at an asphalt plant. We're talking asphalt. It's what's left in the bottom of a barrel of oil after everything else has been taken out. At the bottom of the cracking tower is the asphalt. You mix it with rocks, you heat it up, you throw it out there. We asked what blue smoke was. Oh, we don't know. We don't know what blue smoke is. I submit that anybody who's had Materials Engineering 101 at NC State can tell you when you take remanufactured asphalt and you heat it back up with moisture in it, you get blue smoke. And you have to have blue smoke conditioners and condensers. You have to condense that blue smoke back out. But no, the people who have 677 team members don't know what blue smoke is. I don't know what to say. We don't know the waiver trucks, how much the trucks are up and down. We all know that a 40-ton semi with a dump trailer is going to be delivering gravel and aggregate to this place. But we can't get a straight answer. We know those dump trucks that are taking asphalt out are going to be the ones with the 2 and 3 axles that come down. We've all seen them. You see the tracks. You know where they're going. It's like watching a boat on the ocean. You see the tracks long before you ever find the truck. We've heard that there is no property damage, no property diminution, no. I want to know something. If that was true, why did anybody want an asphalt plant beside their house? We all know that's not right. You smell the trucks. You smell it when they put it down. Personally, I like it. My wife has no use for it. I like to smell the new tires. She doesn't like that either. But it just so says that Mr. Brooks, if you put this asphalt plant, he thoroughly believes and he alleges, and that's all that has to be, not proof, because you can't prove a negative. He alleges you're going to have that smell inside his building. Matter of fact, your own representative said you're going to have that smell inside his building. And you can get mad at me, and you can hate me, and you can do everything about it. But I came here and I told the truth. And I stood in the way of progress, if that's what you call it. If putting 4 jobs out there instead of 30 or 35 engineering jobs is progress, then damn progress. I'm done.
Thank you. All right, what do we do next? Thank you. Mr. Clerk, could you please put the PowerPoint back up?
Do you have a specific point, Madam Mayor, that you want to go to?
We need the motions. They're not up there anymore. As we confer.
I'm sorry. Before we get to that point, may I ask our attorney a question?
What?
Our attorney a question.
Oh yeah. Well, so we're going to go to board comments. Is that what you want to do? Board discussion? Sure. Okay. Do you need to ask him a question before I close the public hearing? Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So
is the public hearing still open, or?
It is. I'm asking a question right now, please.
Okay,
Okay,
fine.
thank
Trying
you.
to figure out where we are.
Yeah, cool.
Before the public hearing closes?
We may have 2 minutes of
That's okay.
a rebuttal case, but it literally would be quick. I don't want to interfere with how you're conducting the meeting. I just didn't know where we were going.
Okay. So when we're talking about special damages, what is exactly defined as property? Is it terra firma, or can it include other forms of property? Just so that or does it, because it sounded to me like when you read it, that it wasn't specifically designating, so I just want to make sure that I...
So under Chapter 160D, 406D, this is who has the right to participate in the hearing. It's the applicant, local government, any person who would have standing. And so standing pursuant to 160D, 1402, and if you go to that statute, 160D, 1402C sets forth the people who have standing. C2 says any other person who will suffer special damages as a result of the decision being appealed. So it doesn't necessarily have to be damage to the land.
Okay.
It's just the person has some sort of damage resulting from the application being granted.
Okay, thank you.
Minute rebuttal.
We have a rebuttal case. Is there going to be, as I understand, I just want to make sure I understand where we are. I understand Brooks's case, they don't have any further evidence. Are we going to ask for the general public as well? Because I think...
No, because it's not, unless anyone is signed up as a witness to provide testimony.
That's what I'm getting at, yeah.
Not a public comment period to get people's opinions, but if anyone has testimony they would like to give, or they believe they have special damages in some way, and would like to present, I think we need to give them an opportunity to do that before we close the public hearing.
Okay.
Seeing none, I guess.
Have a witness or?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we were giving the opportunity for anyone else that was signed up before we put on just the redirect case. 2 minutes. We're going to call up Alex Culpepper. We get him sworn in.
Yes, we're going to swear him in. He knows how this goes.
Okay, if you'll do me a favor and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you are about to give this board on this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Have you been sworn in?
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Please
great.
state your name one more time for us.
Alex Culpepper, Vice President of Corporate Business Development with Sunrock Industries. I'm also a licensed geologist in the state of North Carolina.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you.
However, I'll be very quick. I know the board's been here for a long time. Were you in the room when Mr. Brooks testified about a meeting the two you had at the Brooks facility site?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and he asked you a question about whether they would be able to smell the smell of asphalt from within their facility if Sunrock built the plant. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay, can you explain to the board what it is that you told Mr. Brooks during that meeting on that issue?
Yes, I went to introduce myself as a good neighbor. Again, I'm kind of the face of a lot of these things and go meet potential property owners. Mr. Brooks' team members escorted me through their facility into his conference room, through the production area. I sat down, again, gave him my card and said we'd love to sit down and have a conversation. Specifically on that topic, I said that I can't guarantee you'll never smell our facility.
Okay, did you tell him that he definitely would be able to smell it at the
No.
Okay, nothing further.
And then I offered them the opportunity to sit down with our air permit experts and show him other air permits and our air permitting modeling in specific detail. And he did not want to do that.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Any questions from the board for Mr. Culpepper? Any questions from other parties for Mr. Culpepper?
Still the same guy that's been following Mr. Brooks outside when he interviewed with the TV?
I was taking some calls back there, yes.
Followed him outside, right? You were sitting over here behind him the whole time?
Mr. Swan, I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's
Allowed
not,
to go
has nothing
outside.
to do with this.
Come here.
All right.
Didn't know if I was.
Thank you.
Thank you for
You're
your time.
good. Thank you. Please. At this time, I will close the public hearing, and this matter is now referred to the board for consideration. Board?
So we've received a lot of documents that honestly, I haven't had the opportunity to fully read through. And I'm not exactly sure when the appropriate time to do that. I would hate to keep us here while I read through the documents. But if that's how it needs to go down, then that's how it needs to go down. But I do want to have the opportunity to be able to look at these, because even the last time we gathered for the first portion of this hearing, everything was collected, so we didn't have the opportunity to look through those documents either.
Sir, Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, just gonna ask Dan, with that said, is subject matter expert to allow her time to do that tonight, or what are you, I'm seeking guidance, if we wanted to give.
Because this is quasi-judicial, all discussion amongst the board needs to happen in open session.
Oh, I wasn't talking about...
Deliberation needs to happen, but if...
you want time to read through documents that you were provided and, sort of sit with what you've heard a lot of stuff over the last two hearings. If you want to sit with that, read the documents, come back, and to have that discussion at a later meeting, you can do that. I would caution the board, of course, if we do that, not to have any discussion continue to not have discussion with any parties, any witnesses, or with each other, because all of the discussion about this application needs to occur in public, in open session right here at the table. So if you want to take a recess to sit with what you've heard and read through the documents, I think that's fine, and then we can reconvene and have the board discuss in open session.
Thank you, Dan. What's the pleasure of the board? Commissioner Roa? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm good with voting as well. Well, before I say that, what kind of time frame are you looking at, Commissioner? You can read them in 30 minutes and get what you need?
Tonight?
10 minutes. What I'm trying to do is get what we need to kind of move forward. So make sure that everybody's where they need to be when they make this decision.
I don't know how long it's going to take me to look through this. I know that I won't have to read the first Kirkland appraisal because we got the second one, which was updated. So it looks like maybe time enough for me to read this many documents.
Thank you, Commissioner Baxter. Commissioner Davis?
I'm open to taking consideration of reading the documents. I too have not had the opportunity to do so as well. But I guess the majority of the board, we would need to decide the time frame.
I'm not trying to belabor any of this. I just want to make sure that I understand the documents that we've been provided.
So with that said, then we have our next upcoming meeting is June 1st. Would you guys have time to read that by June 1st? I mean, at June 1st meeting, and we put this at the beginning of our regular scheduled meeting. Is that what you guys would like, or would that give you time?
Yeah, that's fine.
Next week?
Correct.
But if we do that, are we asking for witnesses and testimonies and all that? We're just going to be ready
I just want to have the opportunity to read.
All right. All right. So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to recess this until June 1st at 6 p.m. Mr. Clerk, if you could make this the first thing on our agenda after consent. Dan looks like he's about to stop me. Go ahead, Dan.
I was going to say, Katie just informed me that we already have a lengthy agenda on Thursday. I wonder if the board would consider adding maybe a special call meeting just prior to the regularly scheduled meeting.
That's what we're saying, like 4 o'clock, 4:30, 5 o'clock, something like that. We come in an hour too early and kind of get from there.
Heather Louise said everyone's speaking to their mics. Please. Yeah, my mic is actually dead.
Dying.
Okay, so the pleasure of the board will be to come in half an hour early for June 1st.
I hate to throw a wrench in things, but now the evidentiary hearing's closed, as I understand it, is all right. I'd like to make one point. This is not like make an objection for the record, or at least state for the record that typically with a legislative matter, folks can come and go. It doesn't make a problem. I'll note for the record that Commissioner Baxter showed up 30 minutes into the hearing today. Statute provides that decisions should be made based on the evidence of the record, and she missed some of the testimony from today. So it's our view, in order to respect due process rights of the applicant, that I don't believe she's eligible to vote on the matter, and at least state that for the record.
Is that your position that she should not be allowed to vote because she was not here?
I believe the correct legal analysis, which is my position, is that the decision has to be made off the evidence in the record. So if there's a board member that wasn't here for part of the evidence, it deprives all the parties of their due process rights.
Would, and I'm just thinking this through, if there was a recess and she was able to watch
We could certainly take this up offline too. Yeah.
I want to make sure that, we're not doing anything that y'all are going to say is a violation. So I want to make sure, was that something that would be acceptable to you, or?
Take a 15-minute recess while Commissioner Baxter looks over the information that she wants to look over, and Commissioner Davis as well. And when we come back from our 15-minute recess, we'll be ready to move forward.
Perfect.
picking back up where we left off with board comments for deliberation. The public hearing has been closed, and so we'll hear from our attorney.
I would just, for the record, before we get started with deliberations, objection was raised to Commissioner Baxter participating in the discussion of the vote because she was not here for the full hearing. So she tonight will not be participating in the discussion of the vote. Are there any other concerns about any other commissioner participating in the discussion and voting? I know there were a couple who may have gone to the bathroom at some point, and I want to give everyone the opportunity now to raise that concern, to raise that issue if you believe that is a concern.
Thank you.
See everyone shake their heads no. I think we can proceed.
Thank you. And for those online, because our attorney was not speaking into his microphone, we are going to move forward. Commissioner Baxter will not be deliberating or voting with us tonight. She's gonna, yeah.
She's not here.
Yeah.
It'd be better for her not to participate in the discussion.
Thank you. Board. Any deliberation? What say you, board? Is there a motion?
Is there another motion on it too as well? Sample motion?
Jeremy, are there any other?
There are a couple.
I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk.
And, yeah, maybe Jerry can walk through what the options are here.
Yes. So we will hear the options before the board for a possible motion.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Probably the only one that's still working. All right, so there are a few motions up here for an example. The first one is an approval. I'll give you a few seconds to read the language, and then I'll go to the next two whenever you're ready.
And when they're voting, can we pull up the standards that we have in front of them?
Okay. And the sample motion for a denial